now call to order the Lake Placid Community Redevelopment Agency, the CRA, regular meeting to order. Is Don Roberts here? He was going to give our invocation. Mr. Attorney, would you be willing to stand up, and if everybody would please rise, take your covers off, turn your cell phones off or put them on vibrate for me. If you'll lead us in the invocation and pledge for the CRA and our regular meeting.
Yes, sir. You bow your heads. Dear Lord, O ruler of the universe, please bless this council, this agency. Guide them as they make plans for and implement democracy in our town. Amen.
Thank you.
Pledge. I pledge allegiance
to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Clerk, would you please call the roll? Here.
Here. Here. Here. Here.
Okay. Number one is to approve the agenda.
There's a correction in the minutes.
Yeah, there was a correction, which you have.
I'll make a motion to approve the minutes from the last CRA meeting.
A second.
All right, we've got a motion and a second. Any other comments from the podium? All right, hearing none, we'll take it to the audience. Seeing none, bring it back to the council, please.
Yes.
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 Did you get everybody? Yes. It's hard to hear.
You gotta
Yeah.
speak a lot louder.
Yeah.
Right into that mic.
I need to.
Item B is the approval of the CRA meeting minutes of June 10, 2024. Oh, that was part of it.
That's what we just
Yeah,
said.
okay. All right, then we'll go to okay. Now go to there it is. Okay, it's not on. Oh, I see. I don't have that. That's what it is. All right, number two is the CRA 2024-2025 budget.
safe, let's just add the word parking, because it was part of the, when we had the workshop, we included parking as a line item, and it's just being consolidated here as a summary. So let's just make it say building, rehab, playground, sidewalks, comma, parking.
But that's the only comment I have.
Good catch.
I need to make sure.
I'd like,
Here, this one.
all right, I'll make a motion to approve the CRA budget, just adding the one word to that $100,000 line item, that it also includes parking. And
I'll second that. I gotta walk to the mic.
All right, so we have a motion in it. Keep wanting to go to this. I have a motion and a second. Any other comments from the podium? All right, seeing none, we'll go to the audience. All right, so bring it back, pull the council, please.
Yes.
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 All right, next we have the CRA Capital Improvement Plan, FY 24-25 with Town CIP.
So again, this is the capital improvement plan that y'all looked at and approved during the budget workshops. I believe we captured all of the changes that you made during that workshop. Unless we missed something, this was the $30,000 that was brought forward for the Park Street sidewalk that we moved up, and then we shifted and withdrew some of the pushed some of the Dow Hall parking back to accommodate that, and I believe signage up here into downtown signage and flags, banners in that area. So unless we missed something there and we needed correction, now would be the time to correct it. Oh, here's the flower pots, the $30,000 that y'all had for flower pots on Interlake and so.
I got a quick question about the flower pots. Is it possible that because we say flower pots, say we want to use some of that money to do landscaping in the landscape island type stuff? I mean, do we have that flexibility? Okay.
Yes.
Yeah.
So we're just looking for a motion to approve the capital improvement plan for the CRA.
So moved.
That was by Debra Worley.
I'll second.
All right, we have a motion and a second. Any other comments from the podium? Hearing none, we'll take it to the audience. Seeing none, we'll bring it back to the council.
Yes.
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 Okay. Is there any other business to come before the CRA? Take it to the audience.
Do we have to have certain reports done by October? I believe there's a new law that beginning October 1st of 2024, we need to establish goals for each program and activity and establish performance measurements.
So I'm aware of that new law, and I'm aware of that new law. The reporting will have to
I got a quick question. I know you guys want to get on to the other meeting, so I won't be long, but, now that the budget for the CRA is done, I personally am anxious to see things happen downtown, and I can't talk to any of these people except at this meeting. So my question is, how do we now move forward with this stuff to try and start, making this stuff happen? And I know it's not getting funded till March, but, by the time March comes, I'd love to see some things done with current funding, but also be ready to do things. So what is the game plan? How does that work? And I know the staff is very busy with, $40 million construction project and stuff. So just looking for some information as to how that's going to work.
I think from staff perspective, particularly on Interlake, I think we discussed at the budget hearing, we've got to get through the pipe bursting project, which is kind of going to roll through December. I think in that time, we'll need to work on developing a specification so that we have something to go out to bid on how you're going to access the pots are the easy part, the irrigation is the difficult part. So we're going to have to develop a set of specifications as to what we were going to be able to bid out. So in that time, I think our engineer will work on that kind of language, that we have something to go out to bid on, so that when we're prepared, 2 or 3 months down the road, we can go out to bid for that contract to be able to cut the sidewalks, make the taps into the irrigation line. We'll have to verify exactly where it's at, but try and make that so you can get some bids, and then know where to go.
Okay, and I think we talked about it'd be nice to get a few groups together, which has some residents and some people, involved, like a committee that has to do with the downtown flowers and stuff like that, maybe one that has to do with downtown signage, maybe getting a few groups of stakeholders involved. And so as opposed to everything being on staff and then staff brings everything up, it'd be nice if some stakeholders had a group that could get together and then bring some stuff to you guys and maybe make your lives easier. So I think we discussed the possibility of doing that. So my question is, how do those groups get formed? Because I'd love to see those groups get formed shortly and start working on this stuff, and then start, bringing stuff maybe to staff to see, or council or CRA board or something. So does town council have to vote to put out there a request for people to put in applications if they want to be part of boards?
It's very similar to the discussion that they had for the Downtown Business Association. If the council has an advisory group, then whether it's advising staff that then turns into an advisory to the council, that becomes a public noticed meeting and subject to sunshine law, and those people can't talk to each other except in that public meeting. So you can do any of those groups on a council vote and create that group, but if it's a recreation advisory group or a downtown business association group or a lakes group or any other type of group that is going to advise the council, they're subject to sunshine, public meeting notice, and we will have set up those, y'all vote to do the group. We'll take nominations. They're subject, they'll meet like the LPA, like the LUPRAC Utility Commission Board, or any other group that advises the council.
Is there a simpler way to do that? I mean, keep Lake Placid beautiful. Do they have to do all the sunshine law stuff?
They do not make recommendations to the council. They're an independent group that does not make recommendations to the council.
Mm-hmm.
So just like if you have a downtown merchants, they're not advisory group
Mm-hmm.
to the town council. If you're looking for a group to make, they can come in and just as an independent group and come in and say, but if you're looking for a group that you're creating, that's an advisory group to the council and they're subject to sunshine.
So just like the merchants are getting together on their own and they're coming here to these meetings, so I could get together a group of people outside of town council, outside of the CR, not representing CRA, but get the group together, we can communicate about the things we'd like to see happen in regards to signage and all that kind of stuff, and then we would have to bring it to a town meeting or something like this to, submit what we would like to see or something like that.
Yes, and that would be the recommendation to, whether you did it through the Downtown Merchants Association, I think that would be a group, and they just say,
Maybe.
this is a project we'd like to see, or how we'd like to see it addressed. Then that avoids them being an advisory group to the town council.
Okay, so I could just run with this on my own like that and just handle it that way, and then it's up to us to start making progress.
Town council is here if you have any questions, and he's here, but that's where you run into advisory groups.
Yeah.
So then it would be like if they just kind of form form themselves, and then got a plan together among themselves and just presented like ordinary citizens and request to speak a PowerPoint. Would that be okay?
I think that's fine. That's just, you can't create, the council
No.
can't go create a CRA advisory group that's not subject to sunshine law.
Okay.
But just adding to that, because the CRA only meets quarterly. So we're approving a budget. We've got a lot of great things for the town. I'm interested in going fast too. And I know staff is like loaded up, right? Like the sidewalk for Park Street, right? So maybe there's things that are outside of the Interlake, pipe bursting project that how do we get started on those? And at the same time, Dennis probably has 3/4 of the things to work on. So how do we help with a priority of what the top 5, whatever we can handle would be, so that by the next quarterly meeting, here's where we are, and maybe we can get some things done faster.
Yeah, and I think that there's a combination of things, and you are designated to meet quarterly. You can certainly meet more often than quarterly if you also choose. That's a board decision as to whether you're going to meet quarterly or more often. From a staff perspective, we got to see what time you're going to be bringing on a new town administrator, so you will have another body that can help coordinate some of those things. Some of them may involve an engineering, and we'll have to bring that back to you. Park Street sidewalk, depending on how you want to accomplish that. Our town engineer can do a lot of that work, but you're going to have to hire a surveyor. So that's going to be a matter of, okay, yes, so you're going to authorize a contract to hire the surveyor, and we're going to bring that back to you at a meeting for you to approve that contract, depending on how much it is. Town administrator can authorize up to $10,000. If it's more than that, then we're going to bring it back. You know that you have money specifically identified for a Park Street sidewalk. So we can't build a sidewalk without a survey. So some of those things we can start in progress and move along without a lot of staff time and effort. And some things are going to get delayed because of other projects. But we'll start working on what you have and the projects that you have listed on the thing and bring those back. And if you have different questions or different priorities, then I think that you can come back and kind of work on those and say, hey, where are we at with this? Or,
Are we as CRA board members allowed to call you up and have a meeting with you outside of this board to get information about what's going on with certain things? I would like, meetings are going to, make things go faster. So I'm open to having a meeting once a month or once every other month or something. However, in the absence of that, maybe meeting every once in a while with you to get the update on what's going on with things in between, and might be helpful.
Communication to staff members individually is not limited by sunshine at all. So each of you, I communicate with council members on a frequent basis, and there's no limit on that other than my time. But so no, that's not subject to sunshine.
Okay, and then you're acting as town administrator now, right? So somebody's going to become new town administrator. So then you'll be talked to in regards to utilities, but the new town administrator will be talked to in regards to what we're talking to you about right now, generally speaking, right?
Yes, and they'll have to get up to speed on the projects and what's going on, but yes, you'll be.
And if there is a group of people that I'm meeting with, like the merchants people advisory group, and we're talking through these things downtown, I can come see you about that, outside of this, and then we can come at the podium to talk to CRA or town council, right?
Yes, if I'm following your direction, yes.
Yeah. Okay.
Any of the individual members, this is a representative democracy. It's your job as council members and elected officials or appointed officials to go get that input and bring it back for staff, and it's staff's job to carry out that input. So that absolutely, you're encouraged, expected. That's part of what is part of it's our definition of our democracy.
Okay, thank you. That clarifies a lot.
You can also have workshops.
Right.
You can also call workshops.
So instead of having meetings once a month, we could call a workshop when we're ready to talk about something more definitive.
And you can structure a workshop any way you want to.
Yeah.
You can go into the community center and everybody put their stickers up on the board.
So I would suggest that maybe we plan to have CRA meetings like bi-monthly, maybe to start with. But let's see what everybody else thinks. Do you guys want quarterly meetings? You want bi-monthly, so every 2 months? Or go to every month, but maybe we don't need to go to every month right now, and maybe bi-monthly might be better, and then if we need to meet in between, we can call a workshop or something. But having just put this budget in place, now there's a lot of legwork that's needs to happen, but that probably needs to happen outside of here, and then we could start meeting about it when we get closer to March more often, to be prepared when the money's available to spend the money the way we would like, right?
We just have to notice the meetings properly, to tell the public. It's a little bit of expense, but not crazy expensive, but it's more work for Eva, because she has to make sure they're timed properly. They have to be so many days before the meeting and things like that. So that's the only thing you have to really be concerned about.
Does anybody else want to meet more often than quarterly right now on this board? You do? Deborah?
Let's try every other month.
Okay.
I'm fine with that.
All right, I'll make a motion to have this CRA meetings bi-monthly, so every other month.
I'll second it.
We have a motion and a second. Any further discussion?
Just for clarification, so we wouldn't meet, so this would be the starting month, so we wouldn't meet next month, we meet the month after.
In
We just
November.
Okay. Thank you.
We'll take it to the audience.
Carmen Barger. Is this on, Kevin?
Yeah, it's hard to hear
I
speaking.
can't even hear you, and I'm right here.
One quick question for clarity, Kevin, because I've been on several advisory boards with the town, some of which were approved by the town, and some were not. But I think what I heard you say is that Kevin meets with the Association of Merchants in town. They're not blessed by the council. They're not under sunshine law. Is that correct?
I'm meeting with Merchants Association,
If
or an
Ken's meeting-
individual is meeting, yeah, no.
Okay, that's what I was.
Just have a meeting.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, we'll bring it back. Poll the council.
Yes.
And for the record, Frank Hartzell made the meeting.
Councilmember Charles,
Yes.
Councilmember Hayes,
Yes.
Councilmember Worley,
Yes.
Councilmember Eberhardt,
Yes.
and Mr. Harrison.
Yes. Okay. Now, is there any other business to come before the CRA? If not, we'll have to catch you up. Meeting adjourned. Before I start the regular meeting of the town council, I got a letter here. I had a friend of mine that stopped me in Publix and wanted to know when we started soliciting money for the police department. Well, I have a letter here from the National Police Association that says Lake Placid City Council members need to hear from you, and they're asking citizens for money.
Is it a scam?
Now, a friend of mine sent them a $25 check, but we are not affiliated with these people. We do not sponsor them. I'm going to turn this over to the police chief.
If you ever receive a request from a police department asking for money, it is a scam.
Yeah.
We do not solicit money from the public.
And I noticed John was here from the newspaper, so I want to make sure that he understands that, that we get it out to the public. These people basically lost $25. That we will never see that money. I don't think anybody in Florida will ever see that money because it goes to Texas. So it's buyer beware. You get something in the mail like this, throw it away. It has nothing to do with the Lake Placid Town Council or anything that we're associated with our police department. All right, we've had the pledge and the call to order. Tell you what, we'll go ahead and do the roll call. Here.
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 Here. Here.
Okay, consent agenda 1 is approval of all the, where is it? Should be up, is it up on the board? Oh, yeah, she turned them all off. Okay, consent agenda 1 is A through G.
Okay, I have a question on the director's reports. Where are they in consent agenda 1 on any of this stuff, or can we address those separately?
Those have been going out individually. They're not really on the agenda. They're for council's
Okay.
information.
I have a couple of things I need to bring up that came up in director's reports with reference to the police station, and I don't know if that's on the agenda here. I didn't see it before, but the updates were buried within the director's reports, and I'd like them read into the minutes.
If you want to approve the consent agenda, maybe under presentation, request under that section, maybe bring that up and we can address it there.
Okay.
I'll make a motion, we approve consent agenda number 1.
Second.
Yeah, just throw it away. All right, we have a motion and a second. Any further discussion from the podium? Hearing none, we'll take it to the audience. Seeing none, bring it back, poll the council.
Councilmember Worley?
Yes.
Councilmember Eberhardt?
Yes.
Councilmember Hayes?
Yes.
Councilmember Charles?
Yes.
We do have an amendment to consent agenda 1.
So you have on your play sheet is Police Department Cooling Cob change order number 3. I just received this on last Thursday, so I just saw it today, but we didn't have a chance to get it on the agenda. This is a change order. We have shifted the proposed location just slightly north to line up with sidewalks and trying to make ADA accessibility, and then we need some other minor change orders that tie in. So they're going to be putting in a grinder system to tie in, and it'll tie over into our lift station on Vista. We also want to be able to include in that the removal of our 2 septic tanks on site. We have to locate those lines and those items, and then we also want to loop the water line so we have improved fire flow, because it comes around to the back of the building and stops. It doesn't loop around back over to where the police department is. Total of those change orders is $19,646, and I'm requesting the council approve that change order and authorize the mayor to sign.
I make a motion to approve that change order.
Second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. Any other discussion from the podium?
I have a question on the change order. So we are now we have shifted the building location north. Does that require the building to be resurveyed and the plans rewritten and all of that?
Nothing with the plans, just the modification that we need some additional survey points. We're literally shifting it about 30 feet, and it will align better with what we were looking at. So they do need some additional survey points because they have to survey part of the parking lot. We're trying to connect the buildings for ADA accessibility that was not in the original discussion or plans. That's something our engineer brought up and said we ought to connect those. And so that's why, so it does require some additional survey points to go in with that, and that's part of the change order. It doesn't change the plans of the station.
Doesn't change where the station will be located.
No, you're literally, when you're looking out front from the original place, it just aligns it between, more aligns it between the 2 palm trees and those islands. So we're not shifting it significantly, it's just a little bit for alignment purposes.
Okay, so we're not moving it over culverts or anything like that?
No, we're actually trying to reduce the amount of that. The preliminary design you saw had a pretty long sidewalk that came down and over, and it was about 30 feet back, so this shifts it a little closer, makes less sidewalk, a little more direct entry into the police station,
Okay.
and reduces the amount of paving that's done on the north side for the driveway.
Okay, okay, I'm good with that. And this also includes the geotechnical soil borings for the existing retention pond, which seems to be a sticking point with FDOT. Am I right on that, right? So that's going to be all accommodated in this one thing for $19,646. Thank you, I'm good.
Okay. Nothing from the audience? I think I asked. Go ahead, poll the council.
Councilmember Hayes?
Yes.
Councilmember Worley?
Yes.
Councilmember Charles?
Yes.
Councilmember Eberhardt?
Yes.
Okay, we've got a number of people that want to request to speak, and the first one was Donald and Melissa Lusby, but I don't see. Yeah. Oh, they're down below. Never mind. We'll bring you up then at that time. Okay. Get rid of that one.
Mayor, we had one other one for the homecoming.
Yeah, I didn't see that.
It's,
That was a request.
that's right here. Here it is. You want to see it?
The parade.
That's the one I thought you were going to bring up. But yeah, we have another thing. Oh, yeah, again. Got another agenda item, homecoming parade, police services fee waiver request. I believe we have done this every year, but it's just something that has to come up tonight because we won't have another meeting before the parade. And I believe you all have a copy of it. So I give that to you for your consideration.
I make a motion that we approve the homecoming parade, which will be, it's not on this, but I will tell you, it's going to be September 27th, and the homecoming dance will be the 28th. And this is to approve a fee waiver request.
Okay. Second.
Okay. We've got a motion and a second. Any further discussion?
I just have a question. I support it, but fiscal impact 2,300, is that something we build in the budget every time we see these fiscal impact, or is this over and above the budget?
So we have built into the budget what we have typically waived every year. So you have, matter of fact, about 6 different events: Caladium Festival, Country Fair, Homecoming Parade, the 5Ks. There's 2 or 3 5Ks.
And this?
I think there's, yes, and
Okay.
this, that are all built into the budget. You have done them historically, so they're all built into the budget
Okay.
for what you're waiving. We just want to make you aware of what the fiscal impact is. I mean, so.
Appreciate that.
And if you need a breakdown, we can always ask the chief to get that to you.
Oh, no, I'm fine.
Okay,
It's just
well.
I want to make sure that as, you know, because different requests come in and always ask for something to be waived. Just need to make sure that what's in the budget that we've already included or what is something additional.
Okay.
May I, Mr. We had also talked at our budget meeting about making a list of those and then the impact on the town. And then we had talked about doing that, and our police chief, I believe, does have a draft of a list. But things like this, I didn't know if we could do it or not, but if we do approve certain things that happen every year, the Christmas parade's going to be the second Saturday of December. If we did approve in the budget the cost, could we not go ahead because of the planning of trying to do this? And this is what happened. It just fell, but you know, our police chief Schneider did go ahead. You have to plan closures 30 days ahead of time. So there is some planning elements, even if you know it's coming by the town council to be approved. So I didn't know if we could go ahead and if we're putting it in the budget, some of these that we know are going to approve, go ahead and approve those ahead of time at the beginning of the year.
Yeah, I believe we can do that with council approval.
That will actually be on your October agenda meeting. It was going to be on tonight's agenda meeting, but it's slated to be a very long agenda, so we moved that literally off of this agenda. And it will be on the October agenda. It ties in with the fees, and so that we talked about briefly at the agenda meeting, so it kind of ties into where we're at with those and the fee waivers. So that will be on the October agenda.
Okay. Where are we at?
We have a motion and a
We got
second.
a motion. We had a motion
second.
and a second. Any other comments? Audience? All right, hearing none, bring it back, hold the council.
Councilmember Worley?
Yes.
Councilmember Eberhardt?
Yes.
Councilmember Hayes?
Yes.
Councilmember Charles?
Yes.
All right, we've got 3 citizens who want to speak, so I'm going to bring them up in the order I got them. Marlene Barger, if you... Oh, she don't want to come up yet. Okay. Well then, Charlie didn't want to come up either. So I'll turn it over to Mr. Royce.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Mayor, members of council. My primary reason I wanted to come is I wanted to thank Kevin McCarthy for his service. I remember many years ago when Phil Williams and I interviewed him to be the new utilities director, thinking at the time, the perfect thing is that Kevin can serve as administrator if needed. And I think we all now appreciate how long it takes to get anything done in the government sector. And so you all in the next several months, I presume, are going to hire a new administrator. And some of the projects I'm going to talk about here will now see their 4th administrator in the town of Lake Placid before these things come to fruition. So it's a long-term process. The reminder for those of us in the public is that governance is not like the private sector, nor should it be. It has a different goal. But I wanted to thank Kevin for his service. I'm glad the pipe bursting project is now moving forward. I'll remind you, hopefully that's the opportunity to plant some new landscaping that has been held off for years and years and years waiting on the pipe bursting project. I'd also like to congratulate the town. Recently, you all got approved an interlocal. The county approved an interlocal to work on some safety projects at North Main and Dell Hall. Sorely needed. Remind everyone that's just part of a larger long-term project to make even more changes on North Main, but this is going to be a good first step. I will tell you, there was some brief conversation at the county commission meeting about how that intersection needs to be configured to slow people down, in particular traffic that's coming south on 17. Again, thanks to the council, Kevin, Mr. Harris, and others. Again, you all have got multiple grants for the wastewater project, for the implementation of where it won't cost your all's customers, stakeholders, much if anything to hook up. So I appreciate the efforts of his part there. Going all the way back again to Phil Williams, who preceded Mr. Barber, who preceded, obviously, Kevin, you all now receiving basically $500,000 from the county and the state for enhancements at the Lake June Park. I mean, it's a great investment in our town facilities down there to both not only do the pickleball, but to reconfigure how that park lays out, some parking improvements and all that. Now I'm going to switch hats very quickly. One of the roles I have in the community is I'm the current chair of the Highlands County Economic Development Commission, and there are several projects in Lake Placid, the greater Lake Placid area, that I think are going to be very good for our area. Obviously, the High Grove project down south of Lake Placid is going to have about $100 million investment in Highlands County. It's going to be bringing people to our area that might then, a small percentage of them say, how do I make additional investments in Highlands County or the greater Lake Placid area? It's going to require no services from our town and frankly not a whole lot of services from the county, but it's going to be a high-impact financial improvement that's going to bring significant tax revenue and produce a number of jobs. I think the council members have all been briefed on the Ryan Distribution Center that'll come before you all soon. Again, there's another couple hundred jobs, albeit most of them part-time. There's a couple hundred new jobs for the greater Lake Placid area, and they'll be putting in infrastructure that will be key to another part of the puzzle for the Duke Readiness site right out here and make other things hopefully possible. So if I don't come back ever again, I would encourage you when that comes to before you all to move that planning and zoning issue forward. I think tonight you're going to take on Grand Isles. Several years ago, I sat in some meetings with the folks that were bringing that to you, and they talked about wanting to make other investments in the community, bringing some business to this community. Again, the folks that they are looking to attract here are the types of people that spend money in our town's businesses. And so I think that's what we're always looking for. How do we approve investments that are good for the town, that add to our economic base, and that bring the type of people that have disposable income? So hopefully you all will look upon that favorably. I can tell you there are several other projects that are kind of in the beginning stage. I'm not at liberty to discuss them publicly, but I'm very excited about the potential of things that are going to happen in and around the town of Lake Placid. I know Ms. Worley was at the last county commission meeting for a while, but they did give another update, I'll say, on the fire and EMS station. They are moving, as usual, at a snail's pace, but they are moving forward. They are looking for some things. There are several parts to this puzzle that may begin to come together pretty quickly, but hopefully they'll continue to move. And on that note, I'm going to suggest to all of the council members that perhaps you all amongst yourselves figure out, how does one of you go to each of the next 4 or 5 county commission meetings and introduce yourself, just so those county commissioners know who you all are, know that, I don't think it's necessary for all 4 or 5 of you to go at one time, but I would suggest that you all take turns and go every once in a while and just raise your hand and say, hey, we're watching. There's going to be things. You all are getting $125,000 of recreation assistance from the county. They are now talking about funding some of the special districts, and part of that conversation was, well, will we cut the amount we send to the municipalities? Not going to happen in this budget, but you need to watch them, because there's only, they're not making big investments in the municipalities. I'd hate for them to start cutting the money they already are sending. I'm happy that the CRA has continued to grow and it has enough money now that you all can make an investment in different projects, various things. I'll remind you, the hardest thing of all this is, whether it's grant money or CRA money, when you build things and you put things in place, is maintaining them. And that's the hard thing we do right now is, how do we recruit and keep an employee or employees to maintain those things? And so I hope as you all build future CRA budgets, if it's not in this one, that there's money for the maintenance of those. And then I'd like to say that as your constituent now, I would encourage you to get nowhere near bailing out the owner of the tower project. I know several of you all ran on, well, we got to save the tower, but that is something that is not the town's business to invest hundreds of thousands of dollars in. If the private sector can't do it, then you all should not be investing our taxpayer dollars in bailing out a private landowner. Thank you for your time.
Okay. We'll now go to number 3, public hearings. We'll go to first reading of ordinance 2024-09, adoption of the final levying of ad valorem taxes for the fiscal year 24-25. I'll read the ordinance. Ordinance number 2024-09, an ordinance of the Town Council of Lake Placid, Florida, adopting the final leveling of ad valorem taxes for Lake Placid, Florida for fiscal year 2024-2025, providing for an effective date, period.
I'll make a motion that we approve, and I can't see that, ordinance 2024-09 on first reading.
First reading, yeah.
I'll second.
All right, we got a motion and a second. Any further discussion?
Mayor, I have a proposed motion to read off the rollback rate so you know that it's
Okay.
included in the motion. So it's at the bottom, recommended motion there, approving it, but to read it into the, as part of the motion.
Would you like me to go ahead and revise my motion?
Yes, thank you.
Okay. I revise my motion to move to approve on first reading ordinance 2024-09 for the fiscal year 2024/2025. The operating millage rate for the town is 3.10 mils, which is more than the roll dash back rate of 2.48855 mils by 24.72%.
I'll second.
A second, okay. You did something. All right. Any other comments from the podium? All right, if none, we'll take it to the audience. Bring them back, pull the council.
Councilmember Worley?
Yes.
Councilmember Charles?
Yes.
Councilmember Hayes?
Yes.
Councilmember Eberhardt?
Yes.
Okay, next is ordinance number 2024-10, an ordinance of the Town Council of the Town of Lake Placid, Florida, adopting the final budget for the fiscal year 2024-2025, allowing for line item adjustments during the year as needed, and providing for an effective date.
I make a motion to approve ordinance 2024-10 on its first reading.
Okay.
Second.
We got a motion and a second. Any comments from up here? Seeing none, we'll take it to the audience. Poll the council.
Councilmember Hayes?
Yes.
Councilmember Worley?
Yes.
Councilmember Charles?
Yes.
Councilmember Eberhardt?
Yes.
And also, Mayor, can I just remind that Monday night, the 16th, will be the final adoption meeting
Yeah.
date and will be advertised.
That's what, next Monday?
Yes,
Yeah, what time?
5:30.
5:30. So next Monday, 5:30. Okay. All right, next is ordinance 2024-13, amending chapter something, I can't read it.
3.
Oh, there it is, chapter 3, clarifying the duties of the vice mayor. And this is an ordinance of Lake Placid Town Council amending chapter 3 of the town code by deleting the requirement for a second regular monthly meeting, clarifying the duty of the vice mayor when providing in the absence of the mayor, and providing for an effective date, period.
I'll make a motion that we adopt on second reading ordinance 2024-13, amending chapter 3, clarifying duty of vice mayor.
Second.
Got a motion and a second?
I'd like to, I brought this up, and I just wanted to say, I went ahead, I probably should have done it when I voted for the budget. I questioned, and I'd like Bert to talk about this because this is part of our duties as disclosing and being open to the public about any conflicts we have. And I was concerned because I'm renting to one of our employees, I do property management, and I'm renting them a home. And so I was concerned that that might, because not only am I voting for his salary, but also we're giving everybody raises, which wasn't really the one issue. It was just I'm actually voting for this person's salary while I'm approving them to move into a rental based on their salary and their credit and all those things. So I was concerned about it, so I brought it to Bert, and I think the first issue is I'm not related to this person. But then Bert had to, I'll let him
Deborah texted me the question several days ago, told her I did not think it was a conflict. I checked with the Florida Commission on Ethics. This is not a nepotism issue, nor is it doing business with one's agency issue. There is no conflict. Deborah is free to vote. And thank you, by the way, for bringing it up in advance. When y'all bring something to me in the middle of the meeting, I'm somewhat of in a dead panic trying to figure the answer. So anytime you know something's coming, let me look so we can get it all right. Thank you.
Yes, and they did have to bounce it around a bit because it's something that's doesn't come up every day, of course. But in a small town, in my business, we run into each other. So.
Any other comments? Take it to the audience. Seeing none, bring it back.
Councilmember Worley?
Yes.
Councilmember Charles?
Yes.
Councilmember Hayes?
Yes.
Councilmember Eberhardt?
Yes.
Okay. We'll now go to 3D, second reading ordinance number 2024-08, vacation of right-of-way, Robert Marshall.
Believe it or not, we're all happy. Kimberly Sapp for the record, representing Robert Marshall.
Can't hear.
It's on.
You just have to go louder.
Okay, okay, there it is, get close. Kimberly Sapp for the record, represent Robert Marshall on the petition to vacate. I know last time there was back and forth. As you can see, Mr. Lesby's not here. We were able to reach an agreement where everybody is happy. He actually asked me to tell y'all that he will be coming in. He's going to try to vacate the rest of the alley on a separate petition. So if there's any other questions the board would have.
See if that one's better. Try it. See if that one's better.
Is this better? Maybe? Okay, good. I don't know what you caught, but the parties, I know Mr. Lesby had some objections to the vacation of the alley. And in the month that y'all gave us to sit down and visit, we were able to come up with a resolution that both parties are happy with. And actually, Mr. Lesby asked me to let y'all know that he's going to actually petition to vacate the rest of the alley. Go through the whole notice provisions for the rest of the alley. So I don't know if you have any other questions for us regarding vacating the portion that we have noticed, which is up into in front of Mr. Lesby's building.
I couldn't hear you. Did you say it's all been resolved?
Yes, the parties have reached a settlement or an agreement.
So it'll be just so, you don't have the map up there, do you, of the? So
I'm
it's
gonna
like
go-
the little angled and then from,
Right, it'll be
Behind-
the little angle and then
Less than
behind
50 feet,
Mr.
right?
Right, less the portion that's right in front of Mr. Lesby's.
May I go ahead, and I'm going to go ahead and make a motion for discussion. Okay. So I make a motion that we adopt on second reading ordinance 2024-08 LPV .24.001 vacation of right-of-way Robert Marshall. A second for discussion.
So was that a motion, Deborah?
Yeah, that was a motion.
I'll second it, so we can discuss it.
All right, let me read the ordinance into the record as it's written. Ordinance number 2024-08, an ordinance of the town of Lake Placid, Florida, comma, pertaining to the vacation of the right-of-way, comma, as particularly described herein, comma, and as requested by Robert Marshall, semicolon, providing for legislative finding and intent, semicolon, providing for ownership, semicolon, providing for the vacation of right-of-way, semicolon, providing for the recordation, semicolon, providing for the implementation of administrative actions, semicolon, providing a savings clause, semicolon, providing for scrivener's errors, semicolon, providing for conflicts, semicolon, providing for severability, semicolon, and providing for an effective date. Okay, so we have a motion and a second.
So my question was kind of a simple one, I thought, but that's fine. So the 50 feet up there that isn't in red, that has to be a whole nother meeting, a whole separate, that can't just be if both parties are now in
Correct, 'cause-
agreement,
yeah, 'cause we
vacate
did-
the alleys.
Right, we did not ask the utilities departments and to locate utilities that would be in there. I'm assuming there's probably some there because there's some on the other alleyway, but we still have to give them notice and give them an opportunity. And Mr. Lesby would then actually have to execute easements in favor of them.
Thank you.
Okay. Any other comments from up here? Okay, we'll take it to the audience. Okay, no one? Bring it back, hold the council.
Yes.
Yes.
Yes,
Yes.
and thank you for working on that. This went a lot faster than the last
Thanks,
meeting.
Dana. Mr. Harrison, thank you, council members. Thank you.
And next, this was put on the agenda by our town planner. Item number and title number 3.E.LPTC.24.007DA, amended and restated development agreement for Dollar General. They've been on hold for a while, and I think Dana's got some language here that maybe get that corrected.
Yes, very good, thank you. So as the mayor stated, my name is Dana Riddell. I'm the town planner. Can everyone hear me well? Yes. Yay, all right. Tonight we're here to discuss some very minor updates to the development agreement that was issued to Dollar General. When we initially put together their development agreement, we added a condition at the hearing regarding how bright the lights could be. And in discussing what the intention was behind that, we understand that it's safer when there's continuous lighting, so when your eyes don't have to adjust from bright lights to low lights. And that was, I think, a major goal when we added that language into the development agreement, but the language that we used didn't necessarily capture that. And the specific language basically said that they needed to provide lighting that was under 5-foot candles. And they could do that, and they could have provided a plan that would have complied with that lighting requirement. But I think the engineer, myself, other town staff, and town council, if you saw the plan that could have gone into place, you might agree, well, yeah, they certainly met their under 5-foot candles, but they didn't really address the different lighting brightness levels. So in order to do that and accomplish that, and because of the stringent language that we used, where we didn't necessarily say it would be an average of 5-foot candles, we said it could not exceed 5-foot candles, period. They were able to come up with a plan that had a more evis and continuous lighting throughout the site, but the highest foot candle on that site plan would have been 6.6 foot candles instead of 5. And I'll scroll down to the site plan. I'm scared I'm going to go too fast. I'll keep scrolling. Just so you can take a quick look. And so you see here as well in terms of the language. So any language that was added is underlined. Any language that is removed has a strike through. When you do a development agreement, It's not an ordinance, it is a legitimate agreement that is signed by both parties. So what we're doing is amending and restating the development agreement, which is basically saying we're taking everything from the original development agreement, we're confirming it to be true with a couple of amendments. So here we added some language to address why they're doing an amended development agreement. And then it was just about one sentence here. Okay, 2 sentences, that's what I thought. So we'll look at the plan in just a moment, but the way that this was written, when I'm in my planner brain and I'm looking at things black and white, it had said all street lights shall be shielded so to not shine on the southwest or any residential properties. And just simply because we had the lights oriented in that direction, I wanted to clarify the language to specifically say, or full cut off fixtures with no uplight output shall be utilized without any overspill onto residential property. And that sounds like complicated language, but we did get with a lighting specialist who used these terms in this language. So like a full cutoff fixture, the intent of that is if I have a full cutoff fixture on my property and I walk down the street, I shouldn't be able to see the light shining because it doesn't, maybe Andy can do a better job of explaining this, the engineer who's here as part of the record. But it's basically like saying from a distance you can't see that light bulb shining. And also no overspill onto residential property. So I'm going to show you in the site plan, there's a little tiny bit of overspill, but it's really inconsequential and it's on commercial property that can never be used. And then there's easement between that, and then there's residential property. So it's not, there's no light being put onto the neighboring property, residential properties. And so this is my clean copy. I showed you earlier my red line version so you know exactly what items are being changed. And then we have a clean copy for the mayor to sign whenever, if it's approved. We kept all the drawings the same from the original agreement. But here is the newest lighting plan that if Town Council agrees to these changes in the development agreement, this would be the plan that they would utilize. These blue symbols symbolize the lighting poles and where the lights will be, and the circles show how far out they'll shine. So when we're talking about overspill, we're just talking about that little bitty, and these little bitty areas right here. So again, this strip right here, see how they did it. Yeah, so this strip here, down here, is a vacant alley. This area here is, the lines are a little confused. Okay, it looks like because the project boundaries extended out for some reason. But this area here is a small strip of commercial land. So the only thing we might put there in the future is maybe like a sidewalk or something for connectivity through the back of these lots. But that really summarizes it. It's those 2 sentences of changes. I'll scroll back up there. I'm here for any questions, as well as the agent of record, Andy Medina. And turn it back to you.
Okay. Any questions of Dana? I think it's pretty well covered.
Maybe I better get y'all over to my motion options.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, that would probably be.
Wherever it went to.
Okay, and also, yes, just so you know, the local planning agency voted unanimously to forward the proposed development agreement to Town Council with a recommendation of approval, and my recommended motion would be here. Move to approve the amended and restated development agreement.
Okay. Well said.
Thank you.
LPTC.24.007DA on the agenda.
I'll second.
Okay, we got a motion to second. Any further comment? None, we'll take it to the audience. Okay, seeing none, bring it back, poll the council, please.
Yes.
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 All right, next is 3F, expedited state review comprehensive plan amendment from low estate residential to low density residential. Do we need to read that ordinance?
Yes, actually, if you don't mind, please.
Okay.
Or I could read it if you'd like, either one.
Ordinance number 2024-02, an ordinance of the town of Lake Placid, Florida, amended in the future land use map of the town of Lake Placid 2030 comprehensive plan for properties located at 100 Sunset Point Boulevard, 21 Catfish Creek Road and 51 Catfish Creek Road, in Lake Placid, Florida, and lying in section 36, township 36 south, range 29 east, Highlands County, Florida, from low estate residential to low density residential with site-specific conditions, providing for legislative finding and intent, providing for future land use element amendments to policy 7.8, for providing for approval of land use designation change and future land use map amendments, providing for the implementation of administrative action, providing a savings clause, providing for the non-codification and service error, providing for conflict, providing for severability, and providing for an effective date, period.
Thank you. So again, my name is Dana Riddell. I'm the town planner for the record. I'll go ahead and open up a PowerPoint presentation that we have prepared for this particular hearing. And I do PowerPoints for any zoning and future land use change. Just to do a little housekeeping maybe to begin, I'll go ahead and state that we are going to be talking about two different public hearings. Right now, this particular hearing that we're focused on is only for the future land use. Again, it's only for the future land use. And the next agenda item will be for the zoning designation. These are two different designations with two different votes. This particular case, which is LPCP 24.001 LS, under ordinance 2024-02. This particular case has gone before the local planning agency and received a recommendation. This is also considered a legislative hearing instead of a quasi-judicial. So I will be asking for ex parte communication on the next hearing for the zoning change, but I will not be requesting it now at this time. So to go ahead and launch into a little bit more about the property and the request on the table tonight, the property is currently owned by Brady Real Estate, which is under the care of Eugene Brady. The applicant, which is the person requesting the change, is Fusion Biotech USA Corp., under the care of Rafael Zuniga Benavides, and his agent is Brandon S. Craig, who is here tonight. The addresses for these properties is 100 Sunset Point Boulevard, 21 Catfish Creek Road, and 51 Catfish Creek Road. The applicant is requesting a change to the future land use map for the subject property described above, or in the previous slide, from low estate residential with site-specific conditions to low density residential with site-specific conditions. This request includes text amendments to policy 7.8 of the future land use element of the Town of Lake Placid Comprehensive Plan. That information is important because since we are amending text that already exists in the comprehensive plan. This is considered the retired phrase is large scale, so you might hear that word thrown around, but it's considered expedited state review, which is also why there will be a 40-day review period after tonight's hearing if there is a vote for approval, because it will get routed to the state and other agencies and departments during that review period. So we have here on the future land use map, just as a visual, that the property has a low estate residential future land use. It's surrounded by low density residential, medium density residential, downtown mixed use, and catty corner to that is a little bit more ag. The proposed future land use would be low density residential. The major differences between those two categories is low estate residential only allows up to 1 dwelling unit per acre, and low density residential allows up to 3 dwelling units per acre. But be advised, there's also conditions that are incorporated as part of this future land use ordinance that would further limit the density. So we limit the density both in future land use and in the zoning ordinance. Okay, so these slides are going to go over these specific changes. So just as we talked about before, underlines mean we're adding new language, strike-throughs mean we're removing language. So when they had their original future land use change back in 2006, 2007, they agreed that the developer shall enter into a capacity agreement with the town for the surrender of certain water rights to the town, the provision by the town of potable water and wastewater service to the development, and the developer's payment of the system development. The agreement shall be secured by bond or certificate of deposit approved by the town attorney. There are no proposed changes to that condition. They were also required to provide sufficient right-of-way along Catfish Creek Road to total a minimum of 100 feet of right-of-way, but to contribute only their half, so their side of the road, unless the road designation has been reduced prior to the preliminary plat. Right now, it is a collector road, so they added that language in case they reduced it to lower than a collector. It wouldn't have to be as wide, but as far as I know, it should stay a collector from now until a very long time. I don't foresee it being reduced. So originally the development was limited to 55 dwelling units, but they have proposed an increase to 97 units. They are also required to provide external park and recreation level of service, and the community park level of service should be outside the development's boundaries. The developer can offer in lieu to the town for construction of a community park to satisfy the external community park and recreation level of service requirement. This is something we still try to do as part of PDs, but years earlier, I don't want to say back in the day, it was only like 15 years ago, maybe 20 years ago, that we used to specifically require that when you build a neighborhood, you build recreational facilities specifically within your neighborhood, but that you also build facilities outside of your neighborhood. And that's exactly what this is saying too, that you are going to need to, even if you want your recreational amenities internal to the neighborhood, you will still have to make a contribution to the town as a whole, whether you buy the land and build it yourself or you pay a fee into a fund so that the town can make those improvements. But it's saying that you need to, contribute to exterior park requirements, because even if someone lives in that neighborhood, they're still going to go to the park every now and then, right? There was just some tweaking in the language for letter D, where it says install central wastewater connection lines within the project site at the time of development from existing wastewater lines and agree to hook up when available. That language would have given them the ability to be on septic for a period of time before hooking up, but they have agreed that they will not move forward with construction without central water and sewer for their site. The zoning for this project will be a PD overlay. And then it said, and will be made part of this comprehensive plan amendment. I just wasn't sure about that language because these are two totally different designations, so I went ahead and struck that out. So we'll go ahead and start delving into our analysis here. In terms of density, I went ahead and I included an analysis from the zoning map amendment and the future land use map amendment. Even though we're not talking about zoning right now, I know that there's been a lot of talk and a lot of potential confusion about what the real request is, what they're currently allowed to do, what this all really means. So let's just get into it. On table 2, we'll start there because we're on future land use. Right now, they're currently allowed to have 55 dwelling units. They're requesting 97, so that would be an increase of 42 dwelling units. With the zoning, now keep in mind when we have inconsistent zoning in future land use, that has an inconsistency as a result of things that have happened in the past. So we know that they've had a future land use change in the past, but they weren't able to proceed with the zoning change at that time. So because they don't have a consistent zoning with their future land use, technically right now they cannot build anything. Zoning and future land use must be consistent in order to construct even one home. But if we were going based strictly off zoning, it would seem like there would be a potential increase of 72 dwelling units. So sometimes when people pull things up online, they're only seeing the zoning and they're saying, well, you can only do, if it's Highlands County, 1 dwelling unit per 5 acres, or in our case, I don't have the calculation up there, but I think it was 2 dwelling units per acre. Yeah, so in our case, they already had entitlement. Keep in mind that future land use is your entitlement. And we've had this discussion before, but your zoning are the rules for that entitlement. So we'll get into that further, but basically right now their entitlement allows 55 units, and right now they're asking for 97, which would be an ultimate increase of 42 dwelling units. When we look at rezoning and future land use changes and items like this from a planning perspective, we're looking at compatibility. So we're looking at the future land use and zoning designations on the surrounding properties, as well as what's actually there and what's constructed. So in the surrounding area, we have all residential future land uses with the exception of 1 downtown mixed use future land use designation catty-corner. But residential uses, if we just start there, are compatible with the proposed use of more residential uses. And the question would be, are density levels compatible? So to the north and northwest, those properties can have up to 2 to 6 dwelling units per acre. To the southwest, we have Lake June in winter. To the south, we have medium density residential. I meant to go through and delete them from this slide. I must have done it from the other one. I couldn't identify the actual, so from the south, southeast, east, I originally thought that it was 3.5 dwelling units per acre until I did a deeper dive in the surrounding properties and realized that they own a lot more land and it has multiple designations, and there wasn't a very clear plan for what areas would have what units, and I couldn't in good faith tell you for sure that those properties to the east, southeast, and south could definitely be built to 3.5 dwelling units per acre, because it's going to depend on the exact developer who comes in and creates it. Based on, they probably will have to amend their PD. So we know that residential is consistent with residential. We have our department comments. There weren't any major substantial comments. No comment from utilities director, Lake Placid police chief. I think his comment will be standard with any residential development. There's always the opportunity for more calls to be generated. The town of Lake Placid public works director. We had a little back and forth, and there might be additional coordination required at the time of development on like pickup spots and where they collect debris and brush and things like that, but ultimately we will be able to service them. Highlands County Fire Services did not have any comments, and they had the same maybe technical assistance comment where they just said this could potentially increase the number of calls in the area, and anytime we approve something like this, we should always take into account fire, EMS, and police, and what we could do to support those services. The Highlands County Engineering Department acknowledged the 100-foot right-of-way requirement for Catfish Creek Road, and they also asked for turning lanes into the neighborhood instead of sidewalks. So when it comes time for the commercial review process, that will be worked out with the applicant. Highlands County Natural Resources said, yep, looks good, but make sure they're not on septic. Florida Department of Health said, well, we don't have a problem because they're proposing septic and central water. Florida Department of Transportation, they had some comments about the width of the trail because we have asked them to, instead of building a sidewalk, contribute to a fee in lieu of across the street for the multi-use trail, which will be part of the zoning change more than it is part of the future land use change. And they made comments about the width of the trail and the separate plans, and that the county only requires 10 foot, but the Collier to Polk Regional Trail requires 12 foot, et cetera, things like that. So that's something we'll work on at the time of development. We have to analyze our public services. So we have potable water and sanitary sewer capacity available for this development. Solid waste capacity is available. The Highlands County landfill is not nearing capacity at this time. The transportation and traffic analysis, they provided a small traffic impact analysis, but we have Highlands County do our traffic analysis for us, and they said a more intense traffic analysis will be required at the time of development, but as of right now, they didn't have enough concern to require a full-blown analysis at the time of zoning change. Highlands County School Board acknowledged sufficient capacity. We currently do meet our level of service requirements for our recreation and open space, but as noted previously, the developer would be required to provide neighborhood parks and community parks. And as noted before, in terms of trails and paths, we are asking for a contribution toward the multi-use path that will come down Catfish Creek Road. Now, I know you guys are working really hard to stay awake, so I am going to just kind of skip over these slides. Like, I just want you to see, it's all part of the staff report. You could read it in depth. I've copied and included every goal, objective, policy that this meets, this particular development, and it goes through a couple slides. I pulled from multiple elements of our comprehensive plan to confirm that it's meeting these standards, which is what my analysis is based on, and it met a good number of our goals. So on May 6, 2024, the local planning agency voted unanimously to recommend that Town Council approve hearing number LPCP 24.001LS, which is Ordinance 2024-02, to Town Council upon first reading for transmittal to the Florida Department of Commerce for expedited state review. There's also motion options available on the screen, including my recommended motion, which is to approve the proposed development or future land use change at this time. So I will turn it back over to the mayor, but we do have the agent, Brandon Craig, available for any questions, and I'm also available for any questions towards staff.
Oh, she was turning it over to you. So is it to us?
Yeah,
Just a couple
back to us.
questions.
It's back to us for comments.
Okay. I just have questions. And I appreciate the very comprehensive package that you gave us. So you're saying in 2006, the comp plan was changed to change this to its current, which is lowest state?
Correct.
And what was it previous, agricultural?
Correct.
So 2006, this 55 acres was changed from agricultural to low estate. And I think because there was a planned development at that time, right, of,
Correct. They proposed a plan development. My understanding is it did not get approved at that time, so the future land use became effective, but the zoning did not.
so they don't go hand in hand, okay. And then, I think you said Lake June, so the Lake June Point, right, is, and on the one chart you're showing, it's currently low density.
Correct.
But now it's 20-some years, and are the houses in there low density, or are they more, is the, now the developed subdivision low density or low estate?
So I have to evaluate based on the existing designation of low-density residential. It does not change based on how it's built out, because the only way to change the future land use is through public hearing like we're having tonight. I do believe I've had someone inquire about potentially doing that in the Lake June Point subdivision, but as of right now, I have no applications. Also, I should have mentioned that there were further changes. At one point in time, our low-density residential allowed up to 6 dwelling units per acre, and now it only allows up to 3 dwelling units per acre. So that's why on this chart that we're looking at, you'll see where it says 2 to 6 dwelling units per acre, and I just don't want you to get confused or find it inconsistent, because back in, at the time it was assigned, it did allow that, and you're grandfathered into that. It still allows 2 to 6 dwelling units per acre. But it's platted and developed probably to a less intensity.
So the compatibility that we're comparing to the surrounding area is based on how it's zoned, not where it's been developed, what it looks like today.
There is a component to that that should be taken into consideration, existing development as well as the future land use designations.
Okay. And then just a second, it's just a minor, is so on the traffic, where it says to create a right turn lane into the subdivision, is there ever a discussion of now traffic going the opposite way of a passing on the shoulder lane? Because then you get the congestion where you have people stop to make a left turn lane and they can't, and then that backs up. Does that come into play here, or how does that work?
That hadn't been part of our discussion with the county. It will really end up being more of a county decision, because that's a county maintained road. So, and they're the ones who handle our traffic concurrency, so they will be making that request. A lot of times when you add something like that, there's a certain threshold you have to meet before either the county or the state, depending on what right-of-way, is willing to allow you to make an improvement like that.
Okay, that's the Placid Lakes people coming into town, then they'll, on the right shoulder, which we don't want.
Right.
Passing on the shoulder. Okay.
Absolutely.
For the level of service contribution, do you have a monetary amount already?
So we could have included monetary amounts as part of the zoning ordinance, which we'll discuss next, because it's talked about a little bit more in there. I have some numbers in mind. Like, for instance, we paid the smokes $60,000 an acre. In the PD section, I also have broken down the number of, the amount of the acreage that's required. So I think it was like an acre and a half. I could be more precise on that in our next hearing, but it would have come out to maybe like $75,000 for that, and then I would have left it up to council to determine what and how we want to go about charging for the playground. But I wrote into the PD ordinance that they would have to come back, they would have to come back to council for resolution to be approved, and council and the applicant will have to agree together on an exact dollar amount before the project could move forward.
I'm trying to get a feel for the magnitude of, because, you know, we're always saying we need things for the kids, we need playgrounds and all that. So I'm trying to get a feel for how much would be contributed for that effort.
Let me get you an answer right now. It won't be a dollar amount, but it'll at least give us a
Or
little
even,
more.
you know, even like a range, a ballpark estimate. Is it 10,000? Is it 150? Is it three?
It's going to start at least 75. Or actually,
I thought it was 1 acre.
yeah, I could do it right here. I forgot. Okay, here we go. You're reading along, right? Just kidding. We're getting there. It's part of the ordinance. That's what I did. Okay, bear with me.
Dana, is the calculation is easy, hard word to use here, is taking the total acreage of our total park system, dividing it by our population, and saying don't dilute our current acreage.
I thought somewhere it said 1 acre was their contribution.
That's not necessarily the way this PD is written, I don't believe.
May not be. I was just trying to think. I think she was asking where you quantify.
Yeah, so like, what is the benefit to the town to say yes? Is it getting I'm just making make-believe numbers. Is the benefit to the town for their parks 50,000 range, 100,000 range?
Over 75,
Okay.
for sure. That's all I can say
Okay.
right now, but I'm getting to the next point of my, here we go.
I think it's on page 246.
Here we go. Okay, so our standard for community parks is 5 acres for every 1,000 persons generated. So if I have 97 homes times the average number of persons per home in Highlands County, that comes out to 216 people.
Roughly 20%.
So we are looking at divided by a very small amount.
Oh, and while you're searching through that, I read through the whole document, and I read through the whole document that you referenced. Keep searching, I'll keep talking. They did meet or exceed the requirements.
For parks?
For line items, so on and so forth. Just for the benefit of the audience.
Okay, a community park consisting of 1.09 acres, which would be approximately 47,480 square feet, would be the required size of the community park. So if council agrees that we would go based off of the standard set by the $60,000 an acre, we would be asking them . for $65,000, 400 just for the land. And then I think we would be taking the numbers of maybe some of the new park equipment that we're looking at purchasing, and I would, again, leave it up to council. I don't know if we would want to ask them for a full 300,000 like we're doing for the full ADA park. The park that they would be required is only about 1.09 acres. That might be more equivalent to our Centennial Park and that type of equipment, and we could look at the quotes we have for building that playground as well.
Which would be 70,000.
Okay.
So basically, the town would get about 130,000 plus or minus benefit by having this development.
If both parties agree, and I'm looking at the agent because I want to make sure. I don't know if I want to get too far down that rabbit hole right now, but we certainly can. But you think that?
No, I agree with this.
Okay.
Well, once again, I don't want to pin you down to making a promise. I'm just looking for a range.
Right. Brandon Craig on behalf of the applicant. We just want to do what's fair. So I don't know that we're ready to pin down a number tonight, but what's been done in the past and what's been set by past behavior, we are definitely open to discussions and being very fair.
Okay, thank you.
Dana, I just have one more question for clarification. So back in 2006, this was zoned agricultural. A proposal came through to change it to the low estate, and it came through with a development plan. So the comp plan was changed, but then the development plan was not.
Correct.
So fast forward, here we are with another change, that we change it to a low density, and if the plan isn't changed, then we're kind of stuck with if the development, the PD isn't approved, then the comp plan has been changed again. So it's always so, I know you don't tie them hand in hand, but it's always so confusing. You keep changing the comp plan, and then something else comes through and wants to change it again. So I don't know, that just doesn't make a lot of sense to me. It's usually you do a comp plan and you stick with it, unless there's some compelling reason to change it, versus something fell through and here we are changing it again.
So I would say that our land development regulations and our comprehensive plan are both living and breathing documents. Our future land use map is a part of our comprehensive plan, so that is also a living, breathing document. Future land use is us creating policy. So I wasn't there in 2006, 2007, but from what I understand, right, like the things that didn't let them cross the finish line were very regulatory in nature, meaning we were regulating what hours they could play music, what particular, it was like above and beyond, from what I understand. It's above and beyond. It was like the regulation that they wanted certain kinds of structures like tiki huts, and they were looking for certain aesthetic requirements. And I know that there will be members of the community who were here at that time that can probably speak to this. So yes, future land use and zoning are supposed to go hand in hand. That's why both of these applications are coming to us together, jointly. But it is possible to find that, well, yes, 55 homes could go on this property, but I don't want to regulate it that way. Come back again, we'll allow the future land use change because we believe that those 55 homes are suited to the area. But based on all the discussion regarding the nuances of how those homes will be built, we need to circle back and come back to that. Does that make sense? A little bit? Oh no. flying really high in my planner seat here. But it just is a possibility that future land use could get approved and zoning might not get approved. And the same could even happen tonight or with any other case in the future, which then lands them in a terrible predicament because nobody wants to not be able to develop their land one way or the other.
And you have the discretion to require that these ordinances proceed at the same time, so that won't happen again. In other words, you adopt the PD and the land use at the same evening, or don't.
That makes sense.
Thank you, Bert.
Okay?
Yeah.
If I may add, because when you hit the PD ordinance, that's where the rubber meets the road. That's where you'll negotiate a lot of the standards that you generally put in community development. And if you don't come to terms, you don't adopt either one. Dana, is that still consistent with where you're headed?
I agree. Yes. Thank you. So I'm just flashing my recommended motion on the screen real quick, but I'm going to get over to our motion options so you can take a look at that. I'm really just showing off all the work I did. Look at me go. Here we go.
But then Bert, on what you said though, if you tied it, because this has to go for the state to do a review, and that wouldn't be an issue to them that this is tied to a PD approval, which may not come till another month or so?
Are you asking for a final approval tonight, or is this first reading? First hearing?
Language is important, yes. Okay, so good question. Since this is a large scale, technically there's 3 hearings, and this is not, it's first reading and a hearing.
The first one being LPA, then 2 council.
Correct.
Hearings.
So we have one more meeting after.
So really the motion to transmit is premature. This is just the first hearing, isn't it, before council, or is this a second?
This is the first hearing before council, but we do transmit between these 2.
That's right. That's right. You adopt an ordinance. No, wrong word.
Right.
We approve an ordinance. She's got the right word, and say this is what we want to do. We send it to the state of Florida, Department of Community Affairs, and they say yes or no or yes but or yes and. When we get their comments back, we either take their advice or don't. If we don't, we stand up for hearing, not public hearing, a drawn-out administrative process with them, against them, which I don't think that's going that way at all. They've gotten, their teeth have been pulled. They're no longer a tiger. They used to be awful to deal with. Thank God they fired Mike McDaniel. So that's not going to happen. But they'll send their comments back or remain silent, which is the more probable. There's no density issue here that would cause their concern. And only after that comes back would you adopt the ordinance finally. So this is the transmission hearing. It's been a long time since we've done those. I remember now.
I know.
Does that answer your question? So you can say no at the next hearing.
So is this a hearing or a reading?
This is a hearing.
This is a hearing. So
She's
LPA's approved it. This is council's first hearing. Off it goes to Tallahassee.
Department of Community
And while
Affairs.
they're doing, and how long, and then we'll have our second hearing after we get their comments back.
Yes. Or their silence.
They have so many days to respond.
Correct. 30 days.
30 days.
And I have 10 days to transmit. So.
And then at the second hearing is the last one where we approve or not.
Correct.
And so in the, here, based on what you said earlier, you could make a motion to approve it based on also approval of the PD. You said they could go hand in hand. Which
Yes.
gets back to my, we keep changing comp plan, we keep changing comp plan, and the reason we're changing because of PD, which didn't materialize. Not to say that's the case, it's just trying to get a structure in place here.
I think that's a good structure, and I would suggest the motion that Dana has written, not linked to the PD, that way it goes off clean to the state. Follow that with a separate motion that said, I move we consider for approval the PD and the land use at the same final hearing. Time together so staff knows it and the applicant knows it. Do you have a problem with that, Mr. Craig? Not at all.
Now, just to add to that, and maybe Bert is able to conjure up the language that we would need, but so that you know, the zoning is always dependent on the future land use, but not necessarily vice versa. So in our zoning ordinance, the way that it's written now, zoning cannot be approved unless this future land use change is approved.
Correct.
But when we come back to second hearing, and now I'm asking Bert a question, are you saying that we should add language into the ordinance specifically that says this is not approved without this particular zoning change or a zoning change? Okay.
I would not add that language.
At all, okay. We would
It's
do it.
just up to council, you, me, to remember we're going to tie them together. We'll bring them for their final public hearings, and either revise, approve, or deny at that time.
Okay. Thank
PD and land use. I would technically vote on the land use first. We'll talk about whether they can be done in one motion, like I move we approve the land use change and the PD ordinance. I think we can do it even that smushed up together. But we'll have that answer for you by the time we get there. Legal term, smushed up.
Yeah. Yeah, certainly.
Is that okay?
Yeah, I have a thought, but we'll get to it when we get there.
Okay.
Public comment?
Any other questions? All right, so.
I would just ask that when we do open for public comment, I didn't do a good job of stating this at the local planning agency meeting, so that if there are comments for this particular hearing, we will not discuss elements of the site plan. So where lots are located, where recreation is located, how roads are built, the details of this development are not on the table at this time. The question that council has to answer with this vote is 97 single-family residential homes compatible with the surrounding area and consistent? So if you do make a comment, please allow it to be on that topic, because we will discuss the site plan and things of that nature on the next hearing in a few minutes.
Okay.
No? Oh, Bert has a different opinion.
I might say that a little differently, because it feels like you're hemming up council to say, we agree 97 lots are fine. If I were a council member, I would say, maybe, show me the PD. So you're really approving for discussion. Your motion to approve it and transmit it approves for discussion of the PD. So you're still going to have that. Does that make sense? Is that okay?
Yes, that's a better way of framing it.
That makes sense.
It's helpful for me.
Okay.
I mean, the worst case is, and this gets back to 2006, we revised it, agricultural to low estate, the plans fell through. So now we change it again, and let's just say building costs go way up and da-da-da, and it falls through again. Now we're into low density. So So that's where it's hard for me to not think the only reason we're changing it is because there is plans coming forward, maybe the details of the plans and that, but moving from, what did you say, one house per acre to 2 house per acres is really what this proposal's about. That's what
That's
low
how I-
density versus low estate.
Correct.
Okay.
Low estate allows up to 3 dwelling units per acre. But the question is, because of the way that the ordinance is written, and it limits it specifically to 97 homes, the question to me would be, is 97 homes acceptable? Not necessarily a density of 2 dwelling units per acre, 3 dwelling units per acre. It's that 97 dwelling units on 55 acres.
And if we tie them together, then it won't flip-flop. Because if the other one doesn't go through, we don't change it to 97.
Correct.
Right? So there's no worry.
So tonight's hearing, it doesn't change it to 97, but in the next, when we come back for second reading, we have to hear the future land use before the zoning change. But what we could do, Bert, correct me if I'm wrong, we could go through our public hearing, go through everything. We could put this, if we're still unsure at that time, we put this hearing to the side, then open the hearing for the zoning, talk about that, put that back aside, make our vote on the future land use change, and then make our vote on the zoning change.
Dana is correct.
I don't get that every day.
Of course you do. Did you get what she said? Okay.
Thank you.
Go through both hearings and vote later.
Do we want to do that tonight?
If you want to move forward, I would say it seems like there's a fair consensus. Make a motion that puts it into the words that puts that into motion. Where all of the consensus up here. Just make the motion so somebody can say we approve this motion.
No, we can't hear you.
Deborah, yours is not coming down.
I just said, that if we have kind of a consensus, I see people kind of going like, well, this might work, then I've asked Dana to put that into a motion that everybody can agree to, and she does the motion instead of trying to stumble through it, let Dana create the motion what we just talked about, where there seems to be a consensus, and we'll work through that, the words.
And we just say move as.
Yes, move as what Dana said. I sometimes do that with Bert. I go like what Bert said. So, yeah, we can do that.
Give me just one. I have to write it down to think. I'm sorry. Give me
Okay.
just one moment.
This is important, so we have time.
Isn't that really just modifying 2?
We didn't hear you down here.
Isn't that really just modifying 2 to add?
I thought we were going to do 1.
Oh, okay.
Just send it on. Because number 1 is, if I could, would you, to the state of Florida.
But then she doesn't need to rewrite it, or that's where
Dana,
Deborah,
are you good with
I
number
wasn't.
1?
I'm okay with number 1, but I think I do have language that might get toward Deborah's point if we want to. I'll just say it. So number 2 could be our alternative, which would be move to approve hearing number LPCP .24.001 LS Ordinance 2024-02 and transmit to the Florida Department of Commerce for expedited state review with changes as follows, which are The zoning hearing will be opened before the future land use hearing at second reading. And
No.
traditionally, but we were talking about,
I wouldn't put any of that in the motion, though.
okay.
The chair can call it up and do what we need to do. We don't send a clean one to DCA. I keep saying Department of Community Affairs. It is now, I'm showing my age, it is now known, she is correct, as the Department of Commerce. But I just approve it and send it up. You're not tied. You can, next meeting or when it comes back in a few months, you can vote, as Nancy Reagan says, just say no. It is legislative. So unless you come to terms on a PD ordinance, which is the actual development technicalities, you say no. We don't have to establish a process today for that hearing.
So then I would agree that number one will get us through the process for now.
Correct. Then we go into the PD hearing.
So basically, we make a motion to approve line item number 1, to approve hearing number LPCP 24.001 MLS ordinance 2024-02 and transmit to the Florida Department of Commerce for expedited state review. Period.
Second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. Is there any other comments from the podium? Okay, we'll open it up now to the public.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you, members of council. To Ms. Charles's question, let's go back to 2006. Mr. Compton was the chair of the LPA. I think I was serving on LPA at the time. Very brief history lesson. 2003, 2004, a concept called hometown democracy was getting started in the state. And that would have required that the public, not the governmental bodies, but the public, voted on every single zoning change, every single land use change. Those efforts were ramping up in 2005, 2006. Ultimately, that did not become the law of the state of Florida. But you're going to see many properties in our town, in our area, that got land use and zoning changes at that time out of the fear of hometown democracy. And this is a prime example of this. In 2006 was an absolutely beautiful orange grove that a guy bought and tore down way before its time because they wanted to get some stuff. But there was never any PD, especially to the degree that you're seeing this applicant make, that said this is what we want to do this. They were seeking an entitlement because they were concerned that they would not be able to get such in the future. So you're going to see again and again a whole series of comp plan changes. There was whole-scale comp plan changes for our town, for our county, in that kind of 2006 through 2008 period for that very reason. There never was a development rush here. There was just an entitlement rush. That then, again, to continue the little bit of the history lesson, that then why we started the Lake Placid Regional Plan Committee and did 2 years of work in trying to plan things out. And at the time, we did not, the town, I keep saying we, the town did not require a PD process for all the zoning. The beautiful tool that you all have now is this PD process that allows you a tremendous amount of specificity in requiring exactly what happened there. Because historically you would have said, I got 3 units per acre, I got 1 unit per acre, and you basically had carte blanche to do whatever you wanted once you had that, after you went through a development review. You all now have the ability to say, you're going to have brown roofs and pink front doors if that's what you want. So that is the beauty of the PD. But to answer what Ms. Charles was asking, why did they change it, or why should we consider changing it if that's part of the comp plan? There was wholesale, and I mean, I know Ms. Worley was involved at the time, I think maybe, but there was wholesale changes going on at that time, and that's what happened in this parcel. Thank you for your time.
Marlene Barger. I just want to clarify a couple of points. Back previously, it was 45 homes that was approved, and the town was talking about that. It was 45 homes.
I have to just hold it.
45. Can you hear that now? Yeah. The previous development on the 55 acres back in that time frame was for 45 homes. And then 2008 hit and the whole thing died. And I do want to make a couple comments about the land use, because that's what this portion is about. And first of all, I want to compliment the developer and the attorney, because like June pointed, asked for some changes to be made. They did those changes, and we have a couple more items on that. But land use wise, it's supposed to be 3 homes per acre. The issue with that, however, might be somewhat concerning, and it is to people. It's actually, because of the way they're clustering homes, it's actually 3.66 homes per acre for, let me see, I think it's 68 of the homes are actually 3.66, and 4 homes are actually 3.46. So that's not in true 3 homes per acre. Also, at one of the meetings we talked about, they said that each homeowner would have to dig his or her own well. That means you could have 3.66 wells per acre. I'm not sure if that's going to be in line with some county ordinance. The other issue is within Lake June Point, I did the measurements of the 3 phases, and there are 158.20 acres and 176 buildable lots. And you and I have talked about this before. That's 1.1 homes per acre. So we may come forth, hopefully, to do a land use request for that community, because we talk about it being in harmony with things around. I also measured all the homes along Catfish Creek Road that are within the town and going up North Interlake. And those, we don't have anything less than half an acre. So if we have 3.66 homes on 1 acre, that's not necessarily in harmony with what we have in the local area. So we should be considering that. And I'm not saying that, although someone earlier had said, oh, this is for taxes. Well, something's going to get developed there. The question is how many. So the taxes are going to come to the town. We ought not be making decisions based solely on the taxes coming to the town. Would it be making decisions on developments that are going to be in the best interest to preserve the quality of the surrounding homes and the quality of the values of the surrounding homes? And I'm certainly not saying that anything that you build there is not going to be quality. I'm not implying that. I just wanted to clarify those 2 points. And I think some of the other things I want to talk about will come under zoning. But I did want to mention, all of you got a letter from Mr. Bumpkus, who owns the property adjacent to the waterfront property. He has the waterfront property at the very end of Lake June Point. And I think there are some important points in that I think a council member ought to read into the record. And it should be a council member rather than me reading it, since the letter came to you. And I can give you a copy of the letter if someone wants to read it into the record. Is there an interest in doing that?
I don't think that's proper. If you have something to read into the record, you should certainly do that or submit the copy.
Well, the copies, you all have already received the copies, and I think...
That doesn't mean it's in the record if they've
I know.
sent it.
It should be put in the record. But whose responsibility is it then legally when you get... Typically, I know in the past, if you've had letters coming in, Kevin has read them. And are we not doing that this time, Kevin?
You're welcome to hand it to the clerk.
I'll do that. I'll hand it to the clerk because I think it should be read into the record. Not the whole thing, but at least...
Well, go right ahead, Marlene. You can do that.
No, I'll give it to Eva to do. Or I can do it, whichever.
That's okay.
And I guess...
I'm still right here. I mean...
You want to do it after I finish here, Eva, or... I have the whole letter here, but I think where I marked the paragraph at the end. Hold on.
not signed, it's an incomplete document.
Yeah.
You got half a page.
No, here's the front part.
Well, if,
The attorney has a copy, the council has a copy.
I don't
the
care who's got a
developer
copy,
has
it's an incomplete document. Okay, that's the rest of it.
Wasn't it sent to us?
So you're saying that's not
It's
legal?
still not signed, Marlene, if it's somebody else.
It's by email. He lives in Ohio. So do you want me to have
Did
him?
he email it to the clerk, or did you?
He did. The clerk has a copy of it. Well, Thomas Bumpkus passed it to you, and then you mailed it out to the council members. Email. No, it's been a while. Okay. Does any council member remember getting a copy of it from Eva? Yes.
This doesn't have anything to do with what we're doing tonight, anyway.
I have no clue, I've not seen it. What does this have to do, the mayor was asking what this has to do with tonight.
Well, I think there are some issues in there that he's talking about. On the second page. They'll do it tomorrow night.
You got one thing, you got one paragraph here marked. Is that the one you're worried about?
I can't
At
see.
the top of the page?
Pardon? Let me
So
see.
Eva did send it to us.
Did it?
Yeah, he sent this letter, and Eva sent it to all of us.
Yes, it came from Eva to all of you, right?
Basically, June 28th. She received the letter and said,
No, I think that's going to probably come under zoning, and I think a lot of this stuff.
and Bert, you're included on it too. You're included on the letter that Eva sent.
I think some of that could come under zoning, which we're not doing right now. So what I'll do, I'll have Mr. Bumpkus send a signed letter through official mail.
Tonight's the night for the hearing. Why don't you just read in the one you're interested in? It's all been given to the council.
Okay.
Yeah, I didn't see anything on there.
We are gratified to learn that a revised site plan has recently been submitted to support of the application, which would result in the reduction of several of those recreation facilities in the center of proposed development. They took them off the waterfront line and moved them to the center. And so they're thanking them for that. Nonetheless, we remain quite concerned about the noise level. And is that, Dana, would that be under zoning or that under this? Okay. So nonetheless, we remain quite concerned about the noise that will be created by the pool, which apparently still would be located along the southern border. And it's going to be adjacent to the waterfront, right on the water. We know from personal experience how much noise can be created by a pool filled with children and adults. We continue to hope and respectfully request that the pool be relocated to the center area of the Grand Isles of Lake June Point, along with other recreation facilities, or find a better location for it. Finally, we understand that some changes have been made in the new site plan with respect to the proposed dock and boating facilities. However, we are not clear as to exactly what facilities will remain. I think that's been clarified, and maybe you can clarify that tonight. We know from personal experience how boat docks and boating facilities can become party central sites, and we have several people living in Lake June Point who have personal experience with that, and so that's what he's talking about here, his own experience. And especially, may this be the case when the hundreds of residents of the 97 planned homes in the Grand Isles of Lake June and their guests will have access to the boating facilities. Furthermore, boaters from other locations on the lake may well be attracted to the site. We know that is to be true because of other sites, and we have people who can testify to that. We have read the laudable commitment of Fusion Biotech to Mother Nature by the creation of Fusion Land, which would enhance the focus of its visitors on the rebalancing of their emotional well-being and relaxation. Lake June Point is no Fusion Land, but it is a place that we and many residents have long regarded as a place that has been and reportedly will remain a place that does much to enhance emotional well-being and relaxation. Finally, we understand there are other issues of significant importance concerning the application, including traffic, sewer systems, the density of housing proposed, and other land use issues. These issues are beyond the scope of this already lengthy letter. Thank you very much for your careful consideration of this letter. If you would like me to have them send you a copy that is signed, and you can put that into the record, I would do that. Oh, I do have one comment on zoning, and it's a technical issue. I'm confused why we're talking about zoning tonight for a first reading when the local planning agency has not even discussed the zoning. It's never been before them. So if you're talking about a first reading and you're going to send it to Tallahassee, how can you do that when the local planning agency has never discussed zoning?
You want to take that one?
So we will definitely broach the topic of meeting sequence and advertisement requirements a little bit more in depth as we move on to the next hearing. But when we do a future land use change, the zoning ordinance is not incorporated and sent to the state. So we might be using zoning tonight to help with our decision, which Florida statute allows us to use zoning as an element of our decision making when it comes to future land use, but it will not be included in our transmission to the state. This has gone before the local planning agency for both future land use and zoning. The local planning agency voted to table the request to give the applicants additional time to coordinate with the surrounding property owners and make any necessary adjustments based off of feedback that they receive. And to get even more in depth, this is where it can get really confusing, and maybe I'm oversharing. Tonight, when we talk about future land use, the number of hearings, whether or not they're called first, second, reading, public hearing, all of that is very convoluted when it comes to future land use. So you kind of have to take away what we just talked about, because when it comes to zoning, we don't send it to the state, and there is no requirement for the order in which we take the hearings, and there is no requirement at all to advertise whatsoever for first reading, but we do as an act of transparency. Bert, what am I forgetting?
No, I think it's just dead on. A lot of people go through land use completely first before they try zoning. And that's fine. But a lot of folks try to speed the process by going parallel paths. That's fine. Personally, I prefer to see the parallel path because I think you guys ought to know what you're approving in the end of the day before you vest a land use. So I like the path you're on. I don't hear an objection for the applicant. And I agree, a lot of the things Marlene talked about did not address density. They addressed what you'll deal with next, and that is the PD, the location of all the things on the property. Absolutely fair game then.
Right, and I'll probably give a little bit more of a rundown when we get to the zoning of what kind of happened with advertisement and why we can still run our hearing tonight for zoning. But I will reserve that for the next agenda item.
So the conclusion is that what we're doing by possibly sending it on to the state is perfectly in order.
Correct. Yeah. And yeah, more in order than anything else, because when we took it to the local planning agency the first time for the future land use, they did vote on this future land use and they gave a recommendation of approval. And also I think I had heard mentioned earlier where there was confusion that if you table a hearing or you're told no by the local planning agency that the buck stops there, but it doesn't. So they could have even gotten a recommendation of no from the local planning agency, but it would ultimately be up to town council.
And does Highland County need to weigh in any manner? Because it's part of the county comprehensive plan where the...
No.
It's part of ours. Yeah, it's originally in ours. They don't, the only time they weigh in is when they have property within, there's unincorporated property within 300 feet of the LPRP, which in this case it was not. So they weighed in terms of engineering and roads and things like that.
Okay. All right, we have a motion and a second. Oh, okay.
Pam Fentress, are we good now? Pam Fentress, I live outside town limits. Just to give you some perspective, back in 2006, and I can't believe I remember this stuff or was here at these meetings, but it was a tiki huts. The applicant wanted 11 tiki huts. The town council only wanted to give them one. They couldn't play the radio before 11 a.m., not after 5 p.m. No dogs barking allowed. I mean, it was, and it was, Ray Roy stole my thunder on hometown democracy. It was a big push. All landowners that had land went in for zoning application changes at that time because they were in fear of the constitutional amendment. You would never get any change again forever. Lake Placid has this Lake Placid regional plan. It's very, very restrictive. In my opinion, it's cost prohibitive. Anybody's coming in at 2 units per acre should, in my opinion, should be applauded. I think the town needs to decide, do you want growth or not? If you don't, just put it on the record and say, we don't want any growth. We don't want economic diversity. We don't want that. Development's going to go to the north and south of the Lake Placid Regional Plan. They're going to continue to go into the old 4 subdivisions, Placid Lakes, Leisure Lakes, Highlands Park, Sun Lake South. And it'll be one house at a time will be built. So you're still going to have the traffic, you're going to have the congestion. You're not going to have 70,000 for recreation for the parks that everybody uses. You're not going to have, I mean, there's a lot of different things that are going to occur. The citrus industry in 2021, between 2021 and 2024, in Highlands County alone, we lost 16,000 acres of citrus. And I'm not sure if people are aware, I know it's scary when you see groves being pushed. I'm a citrus grower. We pushed 300 acres to, well, it died 2 years ago, this past year pushed. It's a citrus greening disease. We've been fighting it for 18 years, the whole state. Florida used to produce 244 million boxes of citrus. This past year, 18 million boxes. We're fighting. Citrus growers, farmers want to farm. Citrus growers want to grow citrus. But we're businessmen and women, and we can't afford to grow. Majority of people cannot afford to grow citrus right now. So I think you're going to continue to see land come in for zoning changes. So I think you just kind of need to figure out, do we want growth? And I understand you don't want unbridled growth, 5-story buildings and this and that, but I read the plan back in April and May and June, and I keep on waiting for it, to come up, and I'm glad it's here now. It seems very reasonable. It seems like they've been over backwards. They met with the Lake June Point Homeowner Association. You want changes of where to put pickleball courts, where to do this and that. It seems like they've been very responsive in trying to work with you. I'm in favor of it. I think at least it'll go on the tax rolls. It'll help with economic development. And I think it's a good plan. Thank you.
I live at 588 Sunset Point Drive.
Speak into the mic, please.
Yeah, you might have to handhold it.
Oh. My name is Chet Heath. I live at 588 Sunset Point Drive. And I have just a simple question. I see that in the definition of the boundaries of this property that it's bounded on the north side by Sunset Point Boulevard. But I don't see anything in the plans that show that it goes up there. It goes up to the backyards of homes that are on Sunset Point Boulevard. But it doesn't go up onto the boulevard. My concern is that it now becomes a security problem if their roadway goes up there. So I'd like some clarification on that as to how they define that boundary.
I think that's the address, because I was curious on that, because it, and I don't know who can answer that question, because it says 100 Sunset Point Boulevard, but the boulevard is the entrance to Lake June Point, and there's a smoke 3-acre parcel that butts up against the boulevard. So I concluded to myself in answering that question, right or wrong, and maybe Hawes knows, it's however that was laid out, that somehow that property, a portion of it, got a 100 Sunset Point Boulevard address.
I'd like to request that it doesn't.
Does anybody know? I mean, that's just how I concluded myself, because Lake June Point entranceway is the boulevard, and the 3-acre smoke property right at the corner of that entryway and Catfish Creek is smoke property. So it wasn't clear to me how this property ended up with, because it's Hidalgo Drive is where it starts, which there is no
apparently
Hidalgo
borders
Drive.
on Hidalgo Drive, not on Sunset Point Boulevard.
So I just concluded in my own mind that somehow the address years ago became part of that.
Isn't the legal description attached?
Correct, yes, to the ordinance?
Yes.
Yes, that's what we go by.
So
It's just misleading because this property does not even touch Sunset Point Boulevard.
So maybe it's just an error to be corrected.
It's an addressing problem, and it does not connect to the street
think it's
that
in
it
the
has
tax
the address.
assessors.
That is not correct. It should be a Catfish Creek address. I don't know if you want to correct that or not, but it doesn't connect to that boulevard. So I don't see how it can possibly have a 911 address for this. You run across this in the county. In real estate, I run across this all the time. So you have to call the property appraiser and get it corrected, and then they correct that with 911. It's important for 911. Of course, it's a vacant parcel, but still it's important. Because if somebody got hurt down there on that property, they would not know where to go.
So we go to motion number two, and say approve and transmit, but correct the title to the statute, to the ordinance, the address. You think it's right the way it is? I mean, maybe it's like Debra said, sometimes the gods that assign addresses are witchcraft. Sorry.
Did she say that for the minutes?
I had property that's on a road they didn't even know exists.
So from a planning perspective, the address is the address until the address is no longer the address. So that means that is the address that is assigned to the property, and we roll with it until someone initiates the change. As of right now, whether or not it really makes sense, that is the official address. I worry about changing an address in our title.
I will agree with Dana. The address doesn't matter. The legal description matters. You're covered. It's just this land. You're not changing anybody else's land use.
The owner needs to correct that just for 911 addressing issues.
Well, I remember when I went through the process of buying a lot, and I tried to get a house number on that lot, that until a post office agrees that that boundary exists, then it doesn't. It's the post office that makes this change. Thank you.
Thank you.
Rosemary Heath.
Take it off, yeah.
I don't have, oh, here, I got it. My name is Rosemary Heath, and I live at 588 Sunset Point Drive, and I have 2 points to make. First of all, the address that leads to Lake June Point was done when it was orange groves. It wasn't done when the properties were divided out. It was part of the address when it was all one property. So it should not be the address now, because it's incorrect. My other, I have the 2030 Comprehensive Plan for Future Development of Lake Placid. And it states here, this plan is for the promotion of orderly growth and development to ensure that the character, magnitude, and location of land use fosters a balanced natural, physical, social, and economic environment. It also says that the future land use categories and map are on the next page. And these categories outline the character, type, and intensity of land uses permitted by the town. I'm looking at this property and I don't see compatibility, I don't see consistency, I don't see support for the residential area that they want to put this monstrosity. How do you go from rural landscape to low estate residential to low suburban residential to low density residential? I mean, you're talking 3 different levels. How can you go from one to the other? It's like, okay, this is a small town. Now let's go have McDonald's and well, you have the McDonald's already. Let's get the Walmarts and the Sam's Clubs. Let's just make this town all blow up. I don't understand why we have a zoning, why we have comprehensive plans, when no one's paying attention to this. This is wrong.
Okay. All right. We've got a motion and a second on the floor. Let's bring it back to council.
Yes.
Yes.
Yes. Yes, as long as what we've talked about earlier, that the PD, ties to it, and if that doesn't get approved, then this doesn't, whatever the appropriate hearings for that are.
I would suggest you do that by separate motion. I mean, make the motion, tie them together.
But I thought you said we shouldn't do that. I don't want to keep going backwards again, but.
No. I'm just saying for a process, you can make the motion tonight that says, and go ahead and vote on this, get it done, and then say, and I move the plan development and the land use be before the town council the same night for final approval.
So be it.
What he said.
Yes, what he said.
All right, so you have
Yes.
You have the 4 votes for that, right?
Yeah.
Okay. And then she just made a new motion.
Bert's going to
Motion
tell
is to require the plan development and land use ordinances for this project to be before town council for final approval the same night. Meeting.
Second.
Who made the motion?
I did.
Oh, okay. All right. So we got a motion and a second. Any other discussion?
Not only just the same night, but one hinges on the other.
Right.
That's your decision that night, yes, ma'am.
Okay, is that an amendment to the motion to be added to it? Would you amend your motion and second? We don't need to do that?
No, this
You've
is
already passed the approval. This is a separate motion, standalone.
No, I'm just saying that she wanted it to say what it...
That you can't have one without the other.
That's what the motion's saying.
Yeah.
Well, just having it on the same night.
When you voted, you said, provided we do these things. Your vote really should be yes or no.
And then yes, and then I make this motion.
Fair enough.
Okay, we have a motion and a second? Take it to the audience. Bring it back, pull the council.
Councilmember Charles?
Yes.
Councilmember Hayes?
Yes.
Councilmember Worley?
Yes.
Councilmember Eberhardt?
Yes.
All right, we're 2.5 hours into this. Do we need to maybe take a 10-minute?
Okay.
All right.
That would be nice.
So, Bert, this is what. And then hang on, this one here is 5 which is 101. So that's why I remember.
What she means.
Well, no. And again, how I satisfied myself was that, so this is 101, which is supposed to be 3 acres. It's a 3-acre parcel. I don't know how this became one of them. When you come here.
Testing, testing, testing.
And this should be 113, 187.
I agree.
And they say, how long? He's leasing, doing it trying to do it, they gotta be one address. Because in Sunset Point Village, for Sunset Point Village Division A, this became, and this became 110.
Testing, 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 testing.
It had something to do with all.
Testing.
Or there's a lady in the county that her son,
I was thinking maybe Moss, because he's been running.
ting, ting, ting. Can you hear me now?
Oh my gosh, I gotta find my ex-parte. What? Charlotte's getting married. She just said. I said, who was? Charlotte, the lady we interviewed. Oh. You see her out there? Yeah.
I think I'm gonna go ahead
Right
and
after this meeting, she
the
said.
town administrator selection.
Today?
She said something about she's getting married tonight.
If I have to leave early, I'm getting married. I know she had a fiance. I knew that.
Well, no, she's here.
Oh, you knew that?
For that reason, so I thought we'd get
But she told me she's like a grandma for 8 grandchildren. It's like that's hard
I
to
don't want to
believe.
say who I'm appointing, but they still got to approve it.
It's hard for me to believe.
But she decided to come.
An officer dragged me out the door, but she wouldn't do it.
So I can get rid of this one, I think.
They gave time to get him to drag me out the door.
Okay.
To get out
He
of
was
the
a
meeting.
generation.
Everybody back together?
Very handsome. He's a generation older than me. Really? So
I just had a
4 grandchildren and 8.
I just had a thing come across me here that said somebody in the audience is getting married tonight. Is that a true story? And you came to a council meeting on your wedding night? All right, well, we're going to, in lieu of that, I'm going to go ahead and move 5A1 onto the table right now so that I don't hold up her wedding night. A few months ago, as you know, Phil Williams resigned and Kevin stepped in and decided to take town administrator over for us on a temporary basis. And he has done an outstanding job. I have been very pleased with it. But with utility work that's going on and everything else that's starting to happen, it's just starting to wear on him a little bit, and it got to be too much. So we started the process of looking in for a town administrator. We went through the process. Eva, how many applicants did we have? Yeah, there was a number of them. So we went through the applicants, we graded them down, and we got down to the final 2 that we really thought we'd be interested in, and they were Rob Shelf and Charlotte Gaines. Yeah, Gaines. So we went through the process. We had an interview with them, and then I believe the town council all had the opportunity to meet with them and interview them. And I will say, I wish we had positions for both of them. They were both very, very well qualified in different respects. So it comes down to, excuse me, I'm sorry, I had something in my tooth. It comes down to who we think is going to fit our needs at this time. Rob, his credentials were great in this area. Charlotte's were great in this area. We just had to figure out which one we think would best suit Lake Placid at this time with what we have going on. And my recommendation is based on the fact that Kevin is still here and will be I guess the strong pull behind either one of them to give them the strength and whatever, his expertise and all of that. So anyway, that being said, it come down, I'm going to recommend to the council at this time that we give the position of town administrator to Charlotte. And I'll turn it over to council for their their thoughts.
I support that wholeheartedly. I felt that, and again, both candidates were good in different ways, but I felt with Charlotte's leadership skills, her working with people, her familiarity on not just grants, but even county, there's software that can be used, I think, that can help in a lot of these town meetings. So I didn't ask the same questions. I think the others, I kind of went off a different manner. And also her financial background. She even talked about pro forma statements, which I think is important. So I support that. I don't know if you need a motion on that. How do you want to see this?
I'm making the...
Can you make a motion?
No, I cannot.
He doesn't need a motion because he's the boss.
So I'll make a motion that we extend a offer to Charlotte Gannis to be the town administrator pending background and drug screening successful tests.
Does it need a motion? If it's your decision, I don't think it needs a motion.
It's town council. The ordinance says...
I could make the selection, but it's with your approval.
We have to approve it. Okay, I'll second it. I'll second it.
We have a motion and a second. Any other comments?
I agree wholeheartedly. I agree, and your presentation, the preparation that you did spoke volumes.
Okay.
Is it fair to assume you would use the same resolution as you appointed Kevin? Remember, it's several pages, and it lays out the powers and authority of the town administrator and how because the town does not have a town administrator form of government, it's done by agreement of the council and the mayor. So the mayor designates, you guys approve, you've just done the appropriate motion. We'll fill out the resolution, and it would be the same form used in the last, if that's acceptable. And you have an effective date, pending drug tests or not?
Pending successful completion of drug tests.
At the discretion of the mayor?
Right.
Yes.
Well, and that's probably going to... You want to step forward? Let's go ahead and finish the motion first. All right. We have a motion and a second. If there's no...
Salary?
Well, that's, I think, all stuff we probably need to discuss. I don't know if we need to do that tonight, but, because I'd like to get her on her way, but...
to her marriage.
We're trying to get her married. Let's move this
we
along.
can meet with Kevin. We did discuss salary. I think we have a range in mind. But let's go ahead and do this first.
Okay.
We have a motion and a second. Any other comments? Any comments from the audience? All right, bring her back. Pull the council.
Yes.
Yes.
Yes. Yes.
Charlotte, would you come up here, please?
Congratulations.
Yep. Congratulations.
Number one, congratulations on getting married. You should have told me that at first. I would have got you out of here earlier.
Thank you. It's an honor to be here. Thank you.
Are you willing to accept the position?
Yes, I do.
Okay. We'll have to get together and work out some arrangements. I don't know how much notice you'll want to give.
At least 2 weeks' notice.
2 weeks?
Yes, sir.
And then we'll work out a starting date with you, and we'll get going.
Thank you. It's a pleasure to be here. It'll be a pleasure to serve you. Thank you.
You got any questions?
No questions.
All right. Anybody got anything, her?
No, double congratulations.
Just practice that I do part.
Thank you. Yes.
Go get married.
Okay, thank you
In
so
fact,
much.
You should have brought him here. I would have married you.
Oh, that would have been nice. Thank you, everyone. I look forward to being here.
Thank you. Travel blessed.
Right, congratulations. All right, so now we go to... Yeah. All right, now we're going to ordinance number...
3G.
3G with
No.
the LPC.
Yeah.
24.003RC, changing the official zoning atlas.
Ordinance number 2024-03. Here we go. An ordinance of Town of Lake Placid amending the zoning classification of properties, comma, located there again, we'll get the address changed, 100 Sunset Point, comma, 21 Catfish Creek Road, and 51 Catfish Creek Road, comma, being in Lake Placid, comma, Florida, and all lying in Section 36, comma, Township 36 South, comma, Range 29 East, comma, Highlands County, comma, Florida, comma, from Town of Lake Placid A-1 Agricultural District and Highlands County AU Agricultural District to Town of Lake Placid R-1 PD Single Family Dwelling Plan Development District to allow for a single family subdivision with amenities, semicolon, providing for legislative findings and intent, semicolon, providing for approval of all zoning modification, semicolon, providing for general conditions, semicolon, restrictions, comma, and limitations, semicolon, providing for approval of adding section 160-19 of the Code of Town of Lake Placid entitled Grand Isles of Lake June Plan Development Ordinance, providing for implementation of administrative action, semicolon, providing a savings clause, semicolon, providing for scrivener's error, semicolon, providing for conflict, semicolon, providing for severability, semicolon, providing for an effective date, semicolon, and providing for documents incorporated hereto, period. It's all yours.
Thank you. I'm on a new mic. Can everyone hear me well? Seems like it. My name is Dana Riddell. I am the town planner, and we'll go ahead and jump into this hearing. We'll try to make it on the quicker side since we know what the bulk of this analysis is. Before we get started, can we go ahead and maybe start with Ms. Eberhardt and work our way down, or Ms. Charles? I know she's prepared with your list of ex parte communication.
Let's see, what do we have here?
So we'll be asking for names and just the general nature of the conversation. Doesn't need to be too detailed.
Obviously, I talked to you. I talked to Dana Riddell back in March. Also in May, I talked to Ken LeBlanc and Chad Clausen, just general conversation. Actually, I listened, and they talked. Again, then I attended the Lake June Point, the meeting that was called specifically with the developer and Lake June Point. I deliberately arrived early and arrived late and left early, so I wouldn't be caught in any conversations. On May 25th, talked to Chet Heath. He sent me a text with his thoughts, and I explained to Chet I wasn't going to respond, and so forth. Then had a meeting one-on-one with the developer and his agent. Another listening conversation with Whittingham Gordon of Lake June Point. He shared his opinions. Art Davin of Lake June Point. He shared his opinions. At a memorial party for a friend from the neighborhood, countless people, Gail Bain, Zoe Wade, Rose Heath, Marlene Barger shared their opinions. On July 1, Mr. Haas Compton was generous to give me time to tour me around town, and of course this came up. On July 22nd, there was the second meeting with Mr. Zaninga and Debbie McCullough and Ken LeBlanc. August 30th, Anna and Carlos Sainz, also neighbors, Lake June Point. I listened. September 2nd, Carolyn Morrison of Lake June Point. And that is it.
Thank you. Councilwoman Worley?
I didn't do my homework. Obviously, I've talked to Dana about it. I went to a meeting with the developer and the owners and Debbie, the real estate agent. And I've talked to my friend Pam Fentress, who I bounce a lot of things off. And a few people just in general that I wouldn't be able to remember that just asked me about it. But that's about it.
Thank you, Councilwoman Worley. We could move on to Councilwoman Hayes.
I think the only conversation I've heard about this whole process was when I attended the planning and zoning meeting quite a bit ago now. I don't have occasion or access to those particular social circles, so since I don't live in Lake June Point, so I have not had any connection with any of the others.
Thank you, Councilwoman Hayes and Councilwoman Charles.
I do live in Lake June Point, as everybody knows, although I live on the far north end, so I'm not in close proximity to this development, but I am also on the board of directors, so, and I walk a lot in the neighborhood, so of course, as the meetings took place originally, I would get a lot of contact, and in all cases, I basically said, go to the planning meetings and have your questions addressed, but I did make a list. You want me to read you the whole list here? I'm hoping I captured it, and again, 90% of the list are different residents in Lake June Point. And then, of course, when your social settings outside, you know, it comes up, oh, there's going to be planned development, or the condos going by you, and, you know, all of the orange groves are being developed. So you just try to characterize it as it's a planned development on the 55 acres. It's going in front of the Planning Commission. So if you have questions, that's a place to address it. But I can either hand it to you or I can start reading them.
Bert?
For the benefit of the developer, if he wants to hear every one, he can. If he wants them read in the record, we will, or we'll simply file the paper. You're welcome to look at it first and see the list.
You can file the paper. You don't have to read everyone.
Okay, it was going to start with my husband, of course. Okay.
Thank you, Councilwoman Charles. Right, so we will delve into the hearing as it has been requested. This is hearing number LPTC.24.003RZ in relation to ordinance 2024-03, same owner as the previous case, which is Brady Real Estate, care of Eugene Brady. The applicant is Fusion Biotech USA Corp. Under the care of Rafael Zuniga. And the agent for the case is Brandon Craig, who is here today to answer any questions. The addresses on the property are 100 Sunset Point Boulevard, 21 Catfish Creek Road, and 51 Catfish Creek Road. The applicant is requesting, make sure, the applicant is requesting a rezoning for the subject property described on the previous slide from Town of Lake Placid A1 Agricultural District and Highlands County AU Agricultural District to R1 PD Single-Family Dwelling Planned Development District to allow a single-family subdivision with amenities and add section 160-19 of the Code of the Town of Lake Placid entitled Grand Isles of Lake June Planned Development Ordinance. I don't know if I've mentioned this before, but when we do zoning changes, we incorporate it into our land development regulations. I don't know any other municipality that does that. I'm pretty sure that's kudos to Mr. Harris up here, but that's what some of that language is when we say we're creating new sections. It's because we will always, as members of the public, members of staff, the applicant will always be able to go back in and reference exactly what was passed if they could just open up our land development regulations, which is, to me, I believe, very transparent. So we'll go ahead and look at the existing zoning, which there's two zoning designations. One is county zoning. These properties were annexed. For some reason, that little nodule still retains county zoning, but they're both agricultural in nature. Highlands County has a lower density threshold for agriculture than we do. They're proposing a zoning of R1 PD. And we've been over the density, but ultimately at this time they cannot construct anything on the property. If the future land use is approved, they would be entitled for 55 dwelling units, and zoning would need to be approved in order for them to actually construct those units. So if we're just looking at zoning, technically that's an increase of 72 dwelling units, but if we're looking at real entitlements, it's an increase of 42 dwelling units.
So we've talked about the surrounding area. It's residential in nature, or in terms of actual developed uses, there is some abandoned or at this point I think most of the groves are pushed in the area, but there are some active groves also in the area, as well as residential homes. In terms of department comments, there wasn't anything substantial. There were no comments of opposition, and there were no major concerns. In terms of public facilities and services, they will be required to connect to potable water and sanitary sewer, and the town has acknowledged capacity for both, as well as Highlands County Landfill has not had any capacity concerns. And the Highlands County Engineering Department has signed off on this application for compliance with any traffic analysis that's required at this stage of the application. Highlands County School Board has acknowledged sufficient capacity for the proposed development, and the town does meet their level of service standard for recreation, but additional recreation will be required both on and off the property or with the payment in lieu of. Since Catfish Creek is a collector road, we would usually require a multi-use path. There is one being built in the vicinity, so we're asking for a payment in lieu of to contribute toward that multi-use path that will be constructed in that same area, but across the street. So you have the conditions in your packet. I trust council has read through them, but I wanted to pull out, I'm not going to read through all these, but I just want to maybe point out a couple that have come up in the course of conversations, and I want to put it out there in case council feels like they have been sufficiently addressed or not sufficiently addressed. So this will obviously run with the land. We have just these general conditions. So here we state, construction of the development's infrastructure and amenities subject to this ordinance shall commence within 48 months after the effective date of this ordinance and be completed within 72 months after the effective date of this ordinance. The town of Lake Placid is pretty good about putting deadlines and completion dates on their zoning and future land use changes. We do this for a reason. It's on purpose. It bothers me terribly because as planner, when something expires, I have to run it through again, but it's for the best. It's for everyone's best interest because we don't know what the economy is going to look like in 2 years or 3 years or even 5 years. So we don't want to give people open-ended, unlimited approvals necessarily that they can run with despite any change in economic or social status of the area or property. So there is an intentional completion date, and all of these conditions have been agreed to by the applicant. The underlying zoning for the property would be R1. They meet and exceed all requirements for the R1 district. So they're only doing a PD because it is required. Primary uses include single-family dwelling units, and then we go ahead and allow accessory uses, accessory to the subdivision. So that includes, playgrounds, playfields, parks, a clubhouse facility, parking associated with those facilities. Accessory structures are allowed. We're going for standard setbacks. They're actually a little more stringent than would usually be required in the R1 district because R1 only requires a 7.5 side yard setback. They're proposing 9, which is 1 foot away from the R1A district, which requires 10. They have applied setbacks to the various other buildings that they plan to construct. What you don't see here right now that you might have seen if you came to the local planning agency meeting is any mention of a boat ramp. That has been removed from the site plan and removed from discussion. It is no longer proposed as part of the development. I know at one point there was talk of a change in minimum living space, but they've kept, right now at this point, it appears to be 2,100 square feet. I really wanted to point out that there is a lakeshore park proposed. It's considered a lakeshore park because it's a park on the lake, even though it'll be used just for the residents who live there. The language in this ordinance specifically states under letter M, on water boat storage and the rental/sale of boat slips is prohibited. So that language is inserted to mean someone during the day can come hook up their boat to the dock and pick up their children or drop off family members for them to return to their homes, but they can't leave their boat there. They can't leave it there with a sale sign or try to sell it, or no one can permanently put their boat in any of those slips for overnight reasons. It's only for just a pit stop when you're there. We require a homeowners association, and we go further into detail with the homeowners association and what they're responsible for regulating. And that's going to come up in just a moment. So recreation and open space, more information. A minimum of 8 acres of private parks, including passive and active recreation areas and a fitness trail, shall be provided. An additional minimum of 5 acres of open space shall be provided through retention areas. A minimum of 6 acres of open space shall be provided throughout the individually platted lots. In total, approximately 19 acres of recreation and open space shall be provided, amounting to a minimum of 35% of the proposed development. So we built in some strong language as to exactly how much acreage of each they will have to provide. We've talked about the multi-use path. We've talked about utilities being available. They are going, if utilities do not come to them or are extended to them within their time frame of development and they want to develop, they will have to extend the lines themselves, and the cost of that falls on them as the applicant. More about parks. So the development must meet the Lake Placid's Parks and Recreation level of service standard. And we did the math looking at that chart that I had pulled up earlier, saying how much acreage per how many thousand people live here. So this actually breaks out the math and how much is required for each of those parks. I want it to be very explicit in the ordinance. We even included language about the turn lanes, and they have to meet Highlands County standards. We talk about the trail on the perimeter of the property, which is a 15-foot landscape buffer and fitness trail. As noted during the local planning agency meeting, there is 0 buffer required or landscaping required between any 2 residential developments, unless they're multifamily and maybe like a single family. But 2 single-family residential developments do not require any buffering, but they are proposing some. Golf carts, letter H. So they do want to be a golf cart community. This would be so that they could, these are the regulations and the safeguards that would be put in place. They align with the Florida statute requirements for golf cart regulation. And as I said earlier, we require an HOA, so further in the ordinance, which is this language here, is where we begin to talk about what kind of conditions will be imposed upon the HOA in agreement with the applicant, of course. So they'll be responsible for common area, stormwater maintenance, roads, irrigation and landscaping. Everything will need to be maintained to a very good standard. And we're pretty good about requiring that maintenance as a component of our zoning and also following up. If we have site plans on file with landscaping, we will enforce with code enforcement. RV and boat parking, The association shall require no outdoor parking of recreational vehicles, travel trailers, or any other type of trailer within the development, with the exception of daylight-only parking of like a maintenance trailer. And any, like if they do have an RV or boat trailer, it can be parked inside, just not for everyone to see. The association will also be responsible for the clubhouse and those common areas. We have the site plan here on the screen for discussion in case we do need to come back to it. On May 6, 2024, the local planning agency voted to continue the hearing to allow for updates to the application based on public feedback at the hearing. Now, since that vote, there were a couple of delays. The applicant asked to continue to push the hearing so that they might continue their coordination with the surrounding property owners, and we were able to comply with that request. I do have motion options up on the screen. My recommendation at this time is to approve hearing number LPTC .24.003RZ, ordinance 2024-03 upon first reading. Here's a typo there. It's not supposed to say to town council. And before I pass it off back to the mayor, I did want to circle back on the advertising. So you may be aware that the local planning agency meeting was advertised correctly by both mail and newspaper. However, there was an issue with the advertisement with the poster posted on the property. It advertised for the holiday instead of the new LPA hearing date because of the holiday. I want to explain what first reading is and what the Florida statute requirement is for the local planning agency's input. So the local planning agency does provide their input because our land development regulations have set them up in such a way where we request their recommendation. Nowhere in Florida statute or local regulations does it require that local planning agency give their recommendation before first reading. It seems a little unorthodox, but also I would just keep in mind that first reading is not considered a public hearing. First reading does not require any form of advertisement in the newspaper, in mail-outs, or via poster, but we do for transparency. The purpose of first reading is to introduce an ordinance. So sometimes, like in Highlands County, for example, if they approve something by resolution instead of by ordinance, they will set a hearing, or they will set a resolution to let you know that a resolution is coming. But because we are approving this by ordinance, we don't need a resolution to tell you what's coming. That's the purpose of first reading. It's basically an acknowledgement that this will come before you for a final vote and decision. There are some municipalities in the state of Florida that don't allow their planner to go through a presentation like this during first reading, because all that's really required is to read the title into the record so that you know that it's coming. So tonight's hearing, or first reading, is still important, and it's still very vital. It's important for transparency to the public, to the council, that the applicant make their desires known, and that they've submitted a request for this. The plan for this particular series of events is to hopefully get through tonight with first reading, come back to the local planning agency before second reading so that you will not make a decision without the LPA's recommendation. I hope that clarified. I don't think there's anything left that I want to touch on that, but please feel free to ask me any questions. And, yes.
So then, tonight, other than, in addition to the formality, is this the opportunity to make suggestions for the LPA to address? Or the developer?
For the developer to
For
address,
the developer.
yes. Yeah. Correct. It's a great opportunity.
So you just said you hope that the LPA would review it before second reading.
Oh, they will.
Okay, that's what I was going to say.
I'm sorry if I misspoke.
It should be, yeah, we need their input, right, before we make a final decision. We
Right.
should have their input before we make a final decision. So the timing is a little confusing, but if it works for the attorney, then I'm fine.
Correct. I think I was just saying, I hope I hope if we get through tonight, meaning if you all vote no, then there might not be a reason to go to LPA. That's all I meant. But at this time, I will turn it over to our mayor.
All right, I'll bring it to council for your comments or concerns.
I noticed on here now it's up to 2,100 square feet under air, but I think the last last layout I got was at 1,800.
Mr. Craig?
You want to pull that up? I think it was in the packet. I think it was 1,800.
Bear with me. I think this battery's dying, but yes.
I know my, Brandon Craig for the record, I know my clients had numerous meetings with members of Lake June Point, and that could have been one of the topics they discussed since I met with them.
I have it on my PowerPoint, but I'm hoping this one is a little bit more clear.
Yeah, this is the one, the date on here is August 14th is the version I have, and it's at 1,800.
Okay, so that certainly needs to be addressed before second reading.
And Dana, can we eventually get a bigger copy of that? Because I could not read any of the small print on it.
Just before second reading?
Yeah.
Yeah, there it is, 1,800.
Yeah, the site plan definitely has 1,800 on it.
Directionally challenged. Bear with me here. Do you see the button up there? I usually use a different button. Yeah. There we go. Kevin saves the day. Thank you.
Right on the bottom there. Just there it is.
But at this time, Mr. Craig, we don't have a direction of either, are you sure which one they were looking to do?
I'm not certain, so I'm just going to stick with the site plan of 1,800.
Okay.
It'd be so much better if it really was the 2,100 square feet, because if you compare the homes in Lake June Point, there's, oh, I don't have the chart with me, but in fact, I think we were going to amend it to 2,800 minimum based on what's actually there.
25. That the HOA was going to increase their minimum living area?
Yeah, to 2,800.
25.
25? Oh, thank you.
What is the square footage of the smallest home in Lake June?
It was, according to the original documents, the minimum was 1,800. There was one home at 1,800, 01.
Okay.
And, you know, and they go up to 10,000 plus. And then my other question is, there had been discussion about a wall on the, at least on a part of the perimeter. I don't know how that stands. It goes both ways. Some people want a wall. Some people don't want a wall because of ventilation.
The last revision to the site plan has a wall near the pool to ensure that the sound concerns of the pool would be buffered by a wall in addition to the heavy landscape. But the actual wall itself is limited to the dimensions of the pool.
Oh, and then one last thing. In your HOA documents or bylaws, if there could be a provision that there are, the homes must be site-built, no prefab type.
That's no problem.
I can look in. I was going to say that there was a Florida statute that recently passed that doesn't allow us to regulate the architectural standards for single-family homes, but I think building material we can regulate.
But the applicant just agreed to it.
Okay.
But the record clearly reflects, he said he has site-built homes and he's agreeing with that, correct?
That's correct.
Thank you.
I just have a couple questions, please. On the wall, I know that, you know, down south, as subdivisions are being placed next to other subdivisions, there is a little more sound or call it landscape sound barrier. So your plan is, what type of wall are you putting between the two subdivisions? Because this is probably one of our first one where we're going to have a plan development next to an established plan development, right next to it.
So in prior meetings, the largest concern has been the noise level of the pool and the clubhouse. So by the pool, it's going to be a 6 to 8 foot tall wall in order to extremely dampen any sound. And if you look at how heavy the landscape buffer is, that's an additional sound barrier through natural landscaping.
Okay, then, so that's just going to be just right there? So the houses that, can you give us the whole?
You want me to zoom in?
Yeah. I mean, the whole subdivision. So the houses that butt up against, not the rec area, the further up. The houses that butt up against this development, that will just have there, all of those, and especially the ones on the boulevard, that will have what type of separation between the two subdivisions?
So you have a nature and walking trail between with a natural landscape buffer. There's a 15-foot landscape buffer and a 27-foot drainage retention buffer. So, you're what, 42?
So no fence,
yeah, you're about 42
no wall,
feet
no fence,
apart.
Anything there?
What's that?
No.
There's no wall there.
And did any of that come out in your homeowners meeting, which I did not attend?
There were people that were asking for a wall around the entire subdivision, but that's not normal. There's no other subdivision in Lake Placid that's been required to build a
Lake
wall
Placid,
across
because it's probably one of the first planned development next to another subdivision.
I wouldn't go that far.
Okay.
But that's not the normal, and the cost to build a wall around that community would be cost prohibitive for the entire project.
And then, can you go, there's going to, gates, these are going to be a gated subdivision?
It is going to be
Can you
gated, yes.
pull up by the gates where that area is? So my question is, do you have an idea where the gates will go? And the reason I say that is, and talking from experience of Lake June Point, right, the gate is way in, and there are times you get quite a bit of a backup, because the first person trying to access it, service provider, whatever, they're not getting through. And so my concern would be where your gates are located so that you don't have backup on Catfish Creek.
Right. The actual location of the gate would be coordinated with, DOT, and when we have to pull all the permits to do that, as far as how far back into the property, we would be in compliance with everything that's required of us.
And then what distance is this northern gate from the corner? Do you know? I mean, is it quarter mile or? Because I think that's always the other concern. And I know you said the DOT, I think it's a 2-year-old study that they've done. They have to do one, but, it can get pretty congested at that corner nowadays at certain times of the day.
Just gauging off of the site plan, it looks to be about 300 feet.
So 300 feet from this northern gate to the stop sign? That's kind of where, at the intersection.
I can't speak to the intersection.
So, okay.
I have no idea.
Okay. Yeah, and then, just looking at it, it is, so it's 97 homes, so the lots are like 80 feet wide by 150, that kind of, just trying to.
Right. One of the input from the neighbors was the width of the lots, so the entire site plan has been reconfigured to make the lots as wide as we possibly can.
Okay. And do you feel that you've satisfied all of the concerns that came? You're grinning. The concerns, because I know you said public meeting, or you had meetings with the homeowners.
We've been over backwards to the point that if we said yes to every concern, we couldn't do the project.
Okay.
We have modified the site plan numerous times and done everything we can possibly do to appease the neighbors, but we can't move the clubhouse to the middle. That's where it has to go in order to make this project viable. We've moved all of the amenities. Not only at the first change was to move them to the center of the community. This new site plan puts them up against Catfish Creek Road to make them as far as possible from the community. We've changed the width of the lot sizes. We've reconfigured the entire development. We've done everything we can to dampen the noise down by the clubhouse and the pool. We deleted the boat ramp. We've minimized the dock as much as we can. We've done everything we can possibly do to appease the neighbors. And usually a PD is a give and a take, and in this case, it's been take, and we have given, so that this is it.
Turn to the audience.
Oh, it's back to us. I'm waiting on you guys.
Oh, okay. So we make a motion to proceed as the, where's the, whatever?
Oh, sorry. Here it comes.
So, move to approve hearing number LPTC dash, .24.003 RZ ordinance 2024-03.
Ignore that part.
Oops, is that it? Upon first reading?
Thank you.
Do I have a second?
Second.
Okay. Got a motion and a second. Any further discussion from the podium? Okay. Take it to the audience.
One quick question on this, a couple of things I'll work with the LPA. The latest diagram that we were given shows the 8-foot masonry wall adjacent to the 2 lots in Lake June Point that are adjacent to it. That 8-foot wall is running along both those lots, not just at the pool area, but the entire line. So if you look at the 2 lots on Lake June Point, okay, so you would look at what we have, what says here is an 8-foot wall goes along both of those, from the water all the way up to the start of the dry land in Grand Isles of Lake June. I've got it here on the map.
Dana, it would be helpful if you could show us where.
It's not on this one. This is different than what we were given here. This is the last thing we were given.
Where did you find that, Ms. Barger? Pardon? Where did you get the site plan that you're holding in your hand?
From the last meeting that was here.
Okay.
And what was presented at that time.
Right. So the applicant went and amended their site plan based on
this
feedback from the surrounding
Correct.
neighbors. So
Correct.
it's expected that there's some changes to the site plan tonight.
Since then.
Correct. And
Okay,
there could
so
be
the
changes.
8-foot wall is going away, except just next to the pool.
Whose site plan are we?
That's a site plan we never saw in Lake June Point. That's never been presented to us. And I understand that. They're changing. I get that. But the question is, the people of Lake June Point were told one thing. And so the question is, what happened to just putting a wall next to the pool area doesn't solve the problem of the noise. Just going to say that. So y'all need to consider that.
Can you clarify where the wall's going on this one? You're saying 1 lot, 2 lots?
My understanding is, you see this pool, tell me if I'm wrong.
Right.
But this area here, it's like an acoustical wall of some kind.
Correct. It's basically like a fake rock wall that's 6 to 8 foot tall, and it's to keep the acoustics from going that way, from going towards Lake June Point. The largest concern in the neighbors expressed were people swimming in the pool. So the sound barrier is basically against the pool to ensure that it doesn't travel to Lake June Point.
So it's just this 1 lot here, because there's a cul-de-sac.
Correct.
And then there's another lot on the other side.
For the wall. And then you have the natural vegetative buffer, very heavy buffer, to also stop noise.
Help me out, and I apologize. So you're going down the cul-de-sac in Lake June Point, what would you see? The one
Natural.
wall just go right up to, can you hit a cursor there?
Left?
So the people in Lake June Point will see a 15-foot wall, is that what it?
A 15-foot landscape buffer, so they're going to see natural vegetation.
Okay.
They're not going to see,
The
brick.
wall will be on the inside, and then there'll be landscape. That's what I'm trying to say. Where will the wall be, and where will the landscape be?
So after the last meeting with the neighbors, this site plan was created to address concerns over the pool. So the wall is along the pool. There's a natural vegetative landscape buffer that's to create, not only sound but visual. So you're looking at trees instead of a
Gotcha.
wall.
So the wall is only next to the pool area, not next to the subdivision line.
Exactly.
Oh, okay. That wasn't clear. Thank you.
This is the map that I was given the last time we were here. And it shows a wall. It says it here, and it says it here, 8-foot wall. Can you show that to council members, please? And may I have it back when you're done?
Go ahead, Ken.
Yeah. Ken LeBlanc. When it comes to concrete wall, I'd say be careful what you wish for, because concrete walls typically go between neighborhoods and highways and roadways and not between neighborhoods and neighborhoods. Landscape buffers are what typically go there. If it were me and I had any of those two lots there, the last thing I'd want to see is a concrete wall. It's not going to look pretty. I'd much rather see a landscape buffer that lets breeze go through it than a concrete wall that stops the breeze. And, when you put the concrete wall, nothing's going to go through it, so it's going to have to go over it. And once, you block wind, it takes a couple times the height of the block before the wind will come back down to the ground, so it'll have a real effect on the breezes in the yards next to the concrete wall. The other thing I would say, I wish that they didn't have as high a air-conditioned square footage as 2,100. Nowadays, when people are looking for smaller houses, they can't afford to buy bigger houses anymore. I think 1,800 minimum square footage would be better than 2,100. We can't all have big houses. We can't all afford big houses, and we need to accommodate everybody, in our communities, not just the wealthy people, right? And that's it.
Okay.
It says 17 right here on the last document I received. I'm sorry, it says 17 right here on the last document. I got this from here. Can you show it to them, please? No, it's the same one, but now we're talking about a different issue. It says 17 right there, feet.
17 feet.
Let me ask.
Okay, I'm ready to close this up now. All right, we have a motion and a second on the floor. Let's,
Can we just ask, and this plan is what we're,
yes.
this plan has changed from something before, but this is the plan that we're discussing?
Correct, and that is the intention of allowing them to table something so that they can amend their plan. I did take some notes, so if we do want to make a motion that specifically about the inconsistency in that living area, you might want to make a recommendation one way or another, or your condition could be that move to approve hearing number LPTC 24003RZ ordinance 2024-03 upon first reading with the following changes. And then you can ask that the minimum living space be whatever number you feel is best, and the applicant has to agree as well. Or you can say that upon second reading, they return with a consistent number. Or just wait for them to come back at second reading and work it out.
table, that there is that inconsistency. We can address it now or later.
Would you feel comfortable with going to the 2,100? Like we,
I don't have authority to increase it.
well, it was stated at one time in the presentation it was 2,100.
I believe it's 1,800.
I don't know if I have that one.
So can we amend it then, go to option 2 and amend it with changes that the square footage will to be determined whether 1,800 or 2,100 square feet?
Yes, we can. Square footage to be determined before second reading.
I'm in my second.
Thank you.
I think that's helpful because that gets to the compatibility with the surrounding subdivision. That's, you know, this is one where there's an established subdivision with large homes, large lots, and this is going to be considerably less. So how do we make sure that it's compatible, that it, you know, it fits?
Okay, so we have a revised motion and a second? I wasn't sure. Okay. Okay. Bring it back, hold the council.
Yes.
Yes.
I guess so. I'm not really sure what the final motion was.
And where the LPA fits in.
I understand it to be, the motion is to move to approve hearing number LPTC.24.003 ordinance 2024-03 upon first reading with the square footage, the minimum living square footage to be decided before second reading.
I can approve that, yes.
And that's the only, I mean, again, where does the LPA fit in? This is just a hearing to move it forward. The LPA will review it, and then second hearing will be after LPA.
Correct. No, so next month is October, so the zoning change will go before the local planning agency in October, and the second reading for both of these should come back to us in November, if I can get through that 40-day cycle.
Okay. And that would have then the LPA's recommendation, and if there isn't a recommendation, then it doesn't come back, or it can still come back to us to override them.
Right.
Okay.
Correct, yes. It will have LPA's recommendation, and if they don't make a recommendation, it still comes to you all for
Okay.
final decision.
And the date of LPA is when? October 4th or 5th? It's
is-
set, it's all advertised, everything's good, we won't keep...
We have to re-advertise for
Okay.
the LPA hearing. That one does require, it is a hearing and it does require advertisement. So you will expect something else in the mail for that, as well as second reading hasn't been advertised for this yet because our holiday schedule hasn't been approved yet and we weren't sure what was going on in November. But the local planning agency will meet on October 7th to vote on the zoning.
Okay. Then yes.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I know y'all are happy to see me go now. I take so long.
It's a lot to go over, but we had to get it done.
That's right.
Okay. Next is 4A, Resolution 2024-24, adopting a non-ad valorem assessment rule. Resolution 2024-24, the Lake Placid Town Council establishing a tentative assessment rate in connection with non-ad valorem assessments for residential solid waste.
What is it today? Is it 225? What is it today? Isn't there an ad? So it's an unchange, it's
Yeah.
carry, okay. I think that's helpful in clarifying that this is just a renewal. I'll go ahead and make the motion.
Okay.
I'll make a motion that we adopt Resolution 2024-24, adopting the non-ad valorem assessment.
I'll second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. Any further discussion? Hearing none, we'll go to the audience. Seeing none, bring it back, poll the council.
Yes.
Yes.
Yes. Yes.
All right, next is 5D1, Lake June Park Master Plan and Location of Amenities, Roads and Parks.
Okay, council members, you've already gotten my report as far as the RPAC meeting, the county commission meeting. County commission met, just for your information, and approved the funding request for the RPAC for the pickleball courts and the amount requested. I did tell you I was going to be back at Councilwoman Charles's request. You see before you a plan that would show the pickleball courts on the west side of the park. And just as a note, as I had stated at the June 6th meeting, you lose about half of the parking that's on that side of the park. That is an option for you to consider where you wanted to place. You do have a majority motion to place them where they're at, in case y'all wanted to change your mind. There was also a option brought up by a resident at the last meeting about moving the playground as part of the FERDAP request that goes in next week or in 2 weeks. If you decide to relocate that to anywhere up in this area, it changes the parking plan. So that's why it's before you tonight, so we can make a final decision. If you want to leave it there, if you want to move it, then I need to know that so we can work on design of the park. So I'll leave that for your discussion and see where you want to go with it.
Thank you. So just over to the left between the ball fields, you're able to put the 8 pickleball courts? Is that what this is showing, Kevin?
Yes, this is moving these in a single line.
Yep.
There is no way to do it in a double line, but it does do it in a single line.
Okay.
And basically, yes, so as I stated, that takes, this was, and let me pull up real quick, so you see the original master plan, where this had parking running all the way down to here to serve the Miracle League and these 3 ball fields. Yeah. Those will take most of this 2 rows of parking, so you're losing approximately 40 plus or minus, well, 40 plus parking spots. So this is the area on the original master plan, just so you see it, and this is to put it into scale. What you don't see here is the drainage structure that's in here. The rest of this pond that cuts in across here, you see it on the master plan. It does exist, and but that just shows you what happens if you move it to the west side of the park.
And then you're showing parking down below the ball field up to the football field there?
This parking is part of the original plan.
Okay, but it's not what's there now. I mean,
it's not there now. Yeah. So if you look here, you have parking that would go in down there eventually when we get a next phase or another grant. Well, you won't get grant for that road. That'll be out of our pocket.
And then that frees up to keep the green space over there by moving the pickleballs over there.
If you move the pickleball courts to here,
right
then
here.
they're not
That's
here.
right there. And there's also a lot of overflow parking on the side of Jackson Road too. The challenge is for the parking over on Interlake, it's all the curbs and there's no overflow parking at all. Not Tangerine. You can't even park on the side of the road. It's all curved.
It
And
would-
then also this leaves, we just had the boat races, you know, and the fireworks parking, it leaves that green space, which becomes event parking when we do have events down there at the water, or, you know, like I said, the fireworks.
So, yes, just as a comment, you still have this is where the hill comes up for the second soccer ball court. This does not affect this part of the green space, just so you know, just so you understand where that's at. As a quick update on the boat races, you had approximately 400 cars parked there this weekend. There were 100 plus boats on Saturday, 400 plus cars that parked down there. You still had room in the green space for probably another 100, 115 cars. There were no cars parked on this side. There are during baseball season a substantial number of cars that park on this side of the park and this side of the park. So it's a combination during baseball season. So just so you know.
We can't hear you.
Yeah, he said that they're. So, yes, Miracle League has some requests that they're going to be coming for based on the next FERDAP cycle to see what they could add up in this area primarily.
Good evening. Charlie Wilson for the record, 763 Sunset Point Drive. It would be my recommendation, as it has been in the past, to keep the pick and ball courts where they were proposed in the first place. There's very limited activity in there. There's plenty of green space for anyone picnic. This has been litigated and relitigated till you're green in the face. It's the parking over there is critical during baseball season. My kids went and played baseball down there, and there's even more now. That's where the majority of the people park during baseball season. In Miracle League, for sure, because of handicapped accessibility, you're going to reduce half the parking in that area by doing that. And where it is now, it's not interfering with anything. You had asked at the last meeting to move it south for the line of sight and everything else, and then the rest of the council agreed, and you still voted against it. So I suggest no action be taken. Let's go ahead and get this thing being let for construction. That's the problem. The longer these things go, the more construction costs that are added and everything. It seems to me this would be a relatively slam dunk deal, and I really can't believe that this much, and all the time that we started this in 2021, former Councilman Royce is here. When we were here, we had unanimous consent to go forward with this project. It was announced to the public. We had public meetings on it. People came and spoke about it. The location was disclosed and discussed at that time. We went to FERDAP or to RPAC. They said they would not fund it, the amount of money that we were doing, because we didn't have the match to go with it. They said if we did what we did and applied for a FERDAP grant and got it, they would fund it, which we've done. We've done all this. We're trying to reinvent the wheel here. Let's just get it going and authorize the town administrator to let the contracts, and let's get it built. Thank you.
I would like to respond to that, though. I'm sorry.
I have since retired, but I was a high school and college baseball, softball official. I did Little League, Dixie Youth, spent half of my life down at this park. And I'm going to tell you, I'm against moving it to the west side because I know the parking that's required for all the tournaments and stuff that we have. That's going to be a disaster there. My personal opinion is leave it where we've got it. And that way we keep the parking down there. We're not interfering with the youth, the baseball and softball. They can have their tournaments. They'll have plenty of parking. And that's just my personal opinion. And that's, if if I get the vote, that's the way it's going to be.
May I say about parking? Now that the groves are being pushed down, is there anything that precludes us from buying a little carve-out piece and making that a parking lot? No, can the town buy a small chunk of the grove that is now pushed over and make that into a parking lot for the Miracle League and so forth?
Nothing prohibited from doing that.
So if we did that, that would resolve the parking dilemma.
But that doesn't help the situation. We got to do this now.
You can do it now.
We have to do this now. Why? Because we have the money?
Yeah.
So, and I appreciate, because I've said all along, it's the whole plan that needs to be done. Where will parking go and everything? Because as the whole 40 acres, I'll call it that, has been used over the years, it's a good thing because a lot of people use it for a lot of different things. And the feedback continues to be the location of the pickleball. And again, we could have said, oh, well, let's put pickleball in a ball field. And the ball field people have said, no, 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 we use that. Well, let's put it in the football field. Nope, we use that too. Let's put it in the soccer courts. Nope, we use that. So rather than impact, somebody had to be impacted, right? And it's the children. And I appreciate moving it a little, but I don't know if the public is really aware 120 by 160 foot is going to go right there where the families play when they picnic. So I'll just leave it like that. I think it's, and again, as this was done, I get it. A survey was done of the pickleballers, and they all said yes. Since then, some of them come to me and said, not at this price or where it's located. So, you know, I'll continue to get the feedback from the public now that they know the details of what it is and where it's going. They're not opposed to pickleball. Of course, those with a different interest are saying, why can't we have this? But, you know, we've got the money, and I would like to see where it can go, because last time we were told, you know, it had to be in that lot. I think people were confused about site and that, and then other people said, well, if you give it up, you can't get one for 2 to 3 years, which is not accurate. But, you know, parking is a problem, and the location. And again, somebody had to be impacted, and it was the ease of, well, there's green space, let's move it there. So I'll just leave it like that.
Again, my name is Rosemary Heath. I canvassed with Joy and Colleen, and I spoke to hundreds of people in front of Publix. And the community, the citizens, want family activities. They told me that over and over and over again. I'm abandoning them if I'm going to sit there and just say, this is wonderful. I also went around and I spoke to 501 people, probably more, and I have all their signatures right here. They want you to relocate the pickleball courts. It says right there, the petition is not against the construction of pickleball. The signatures below want the courts relocated. This is what your citizens want. This is why they voted you in. Why are you ignoring the citizens? Why are you ignoring the families? We're not a bunch of old people here anymore. You've got families here. They want a place to bring their children. The boaters, where are the boaters going to park? You're giving them 11 spaces for the boaters to park their trailers? You're kidding me. There's like 22 trailers out there. Where are you going to put them? You've paved that area from the fence to the other fence. What about the pavilions? You're knocking more pavilions. You already got rid of 4. Now you're going to get rid of another 3. And you're taken away from the citizens. Are you not here for the citizens? 501 signatures, and I can get you more.
Give those to the clerk for public record.
Hello, my name is Josephine Comley. I'm just a little confused on this with the location, and the reason is, and Kevin, maybe you can help me out. Over the weekend when we had the drag races, you had an area all taped off, which appeared to me to be the new pickleball location. Now, is that correct? That whole, well, all those cars that were parked this weekend, they were parked right where the pickleball court was going to be.
Okay. If you're asking whether we marked out the location where the pickleball courts are, it's incorrect. We marked out everything south of the pavilion, the large pavilion for cars to park. So yes, over the weekend you had 400 cars parked there in the open space. We did not use all of the open space, but we did use over half of the open space.
Okay, so my concern is that a good portion of it appeared from the map that most of it looked like it was going to be for the area of the pickleball. So you're saying it's not? I mean, I looked right at it, and I'm standing there and thinking, okay, this is the pickleball court now. A lot of these cars are in here. I'm looking what happens with the future drag races? How much space is there going to be? It just seems like it's just in the way there. And again, for the boaters that come for a weekend, to come and bring their families, we're pushing them out. And that's a concern I have. Only because I understand all the other sports. I don't disagree because I'm a sports person. But I don't see why we just can't move the pickleball court so all the boaters can stretch out and not be hovered under these little overheads that families are sitting on top of each other. So why do we have to congest it in one little pot? You know, I mean, that's my thought. I mean, I just want everybody to be happy because I think the idea is great having pickleball courts. Why would it cost us any more to move it where, again, I understand the other sports that you have, but do you see, it's a water activity there. So why should it have to be so close to the boaters? I mean, that should have been thought of a long time ago. There's had to be another explanation. So that's what I'm suggesting. I'm not suggesting not to have it. I just think of the boaters. I go over there frequently. I look on weekends and see how crowded it is, and I think, oh boy, you know. And so, you know, I'm hoping that you just kind of think about that. That's just my thought. I mean, I understand where you're coming from, Mr. Mayor. I understand. But I want it to be there for everybody. Okay? Thank you for listening.
Ken?
I'd just like to rebut a couple things there. We do have another facility on the other side of the lake that has more boating launches and parking. Actually, it's got as good or better swimming conditions over there as well on the beach. So some of these people that are speaking tonight were at the RPAC meeting and represented, I don't know why they were bringing up these issues, but were representing that the pickleball courts were on the waterfront, which is absolutely not true.
Okay.
Yeah. So there are other boating options and everything. You've got a very, very small, these constituents you keep talking about, how come none of them ever show up? I've never seen any. I just hear the same people, and anyone can manufacture something and go out there and tell them something. How do you know that what's being said and how it's being said? This is the place for people to be heard with their elected officials, and it's been done, and now we need to just take action. I'm humbly asking that we just move on with this and be done with it. Thank you.
So when
Ken?
Can I respond to that real quick? When, Mr. Wilson, when I went around and door knocked during running for election, a lot of people told us that. They questioned the location of pickleball. They questioned the cost of it. So when, because this meeting was never noticed as a public meeting to talk about pickleball. And maybe that's something that needs to be done, is have a special meeting. Maybe to have a special meeting where we do talk about and allow the public to come.
Ken?
Yeah, Ken LeBlanc. I think pickleball is a great thing. I mean, I've played twice in my life this summer. Almost broke my ankle one time. But it was awesome. I mean, there was just so much socializing going on between the people and inviting people to play and everything. And I was just blown away by how, and anybody can play it. Maybe not me, but I think this is a great project. I think it should get built. I think it should get built here. The one you have on the left, I think that would take away from the parking for baseball, because I've been to that ball field many times, parking all the way down where they're shown there. I'm wondering if you could take that straight line concept, put it up here, like underneath the playground going straight down, or maybe at an angle across the curve there, and not put it where it is, because, yeah, man, I saw a lot of cars parked there for the boating event this weekend, and where are you going to park all those cars? You might be better off to use more of the space on the left, which is, dead space that's not going to be usable, and then leave access, out of the parking lot onto the grass to park cars just straight down. So you can keep having this boating event, because, I'm afraid that, you're not really going to have good parkability in that, weird shape there. You can't come off the circle to go into there. So, I just think it's going to be complicated to park people. But if you can come down to the left under the playground, I think maybe you leave the right side fully accessible, for family and kids and stuff to use and play ball and stuff, but also for cars to park in events long term. And I think the playground is in a good place now. I don't think bringing the playground anywhere near the water is a good idea. I've had a lot of kids playing in playgrounds, and I wouldn't want them anywhere near the water, playground or near all those cars and everything else. So I think the playground location is fine. But I think that maybe, you can look at moving it over, but I definitely think you should pick a plan, go with it, and build it as quick as you can. I think this community will love it, and it'll get well used once you figure out final plans.
Austin Siegel. So I'm probably one of the only people in here that have kids that play baseball on those fields currently. I'm there all the time, I can tell you, and I'll preface what I'm going to say with, I could care less about pickleball. I don't care if you put that pickleball court on the moon, but where the proposed pickleball court is on the west side, parking doesn't come past that. I've never seen cars past that, especially even on opening day. Just putting that out there. I, again, could care less about pickleball. Where it's at currently on the right side, the east side, that's probably going to interfere, kids playing, things like that. What I did come up here to talk about is the lack of money that is going into the baseball field, which I understand we have $200,000 going into a pickleball, pickleball courts, and I doubt there's been $200,000 put into that baseball field in the past 15 years. It's horrible. The grass is nothing but thorns. There's pitching machines there that have been there since I was a kid that have not been maintained. It's awful. We have kids leaving in Exodus going to Sebring to play. We need to fix that. And pickleball, it's more than likely a fad. It's going to go away, I would say. I appreciate people's enthusiasm about it, but we have something there that's not maintained at all. The parents, the volunteers, they do the best they can, but we have major issues at the baseball field that we need to address. But we're proposing $200,000 for pickleball of the town's money. I think we need to reevaluate that. I understand we've already kind of allocated those funds, but you guys are doing the kids a disservice by not addressing that. That is my biggest concern. Where you put these pickleball courts, I could care less, but we need to address the baseball fields and get those fixed. Currently, how the parking is, yeah, it's a mess, but this parking lot on the right, the east side, you have 11 spots for boats. That's ridiculous. Bishop Park is at max capacity almost every weekend. I mean, this really needs to be redesigned. I don't know who did this, but It looks like something my 2-year-old drew. I mean, this is just completely ridiculous. Maybe reduce it to 4 pickleball courts. I understand people want 8. Not sure you're going to have enough people out there to play on 8 pickleball courts. And if we keep up with them like we do the baseball fields, then they're probably going to be, defunct in very short order. So that's all I had.
I was out there this weekend for the boat races, and I did take a good long walk around the baseball facilities. They definitely have to go to the top of the list for maintenance, for allocating money for them. They're in sad shape. And did I hear you right that you do not see a parking problem for the baseball if we put it on the far left?
No, I'm there. Again, I coach a team, and we're never parked past that. I think there's some trees out there, if I remember correctly, and people don't usually park past that. That field where the parking is next to, that's a softball field, and yeah, there's rarely cars past that. All the teams play on different nights, so opening day might be a little crowded, but we make do. How they have the parking on the right is great. There's a lot of single car parking, but there's very limited boat parking there as well.
The parking lot is paved. It's taken all the green space. The boats used to park at one end, and that's all concrete. The pavilions were on the other end with those pavilions are used all the time. The 3 that you decided to get rid of, the 2 ones by the pickleball courts, the 4 that are on the waterway, and they need repair. Someone's going to get hurt. But besides that, that is not sufficient. 12 parking spaces for 4 pavilions for the beach is not enough. And you can't expect parents with children to park at the other area and walk their children on that blacktop to the beach. That's wrong. And those children would run from the beach area to the playground area, and the parents would sit in those pavilions that you want to knock down and watch the children run and play. They play ball where the pickleball is allocated right now. You have many, many families and children and teenagers playing ball there. And they use that area, that entire area. They run and throw the football. How far space do you need for football? You're taking all that area away. And it's not what the citizens want. And where are the boaters going to go? 11 parking spaces for 11 boat trailers? There's 22 there some weekends. And there's more than 11 there every weekend. You're doing your community a disservice, and you're supposed to be here for the community. You're supposed to be here for the citizens. You've got to think about the citizens of this town. You've got to think about the children of this town. You're destroying an area. What you need to do is add more pavilions, fix the ones that are there, make it more for the families so they can have more people. People come to those pavilions that you want to knock down during the week. They eat there. They come because they just want to get away. And they sit at the pavilions and they have their lunch. You're going to knock them down. You knocked 4 down already. There's 4 pavilions already gone. Now you're going to take another 3 away? I don't understand. I don't understand. Can you explain this to me? Why you would want to take that area away? It's a beach, it's for families, it's for boaters, it's for children, it's for teenagers. The pavilion can be full of teenagers ready to go out in their boats. And when they come back, they're playing ball out there. The whole entire area is being used where the pickleball courts are. And pavement's being used, and you're taking all that away. It's just wrong. It's really wrong. And I have 501 signatures that want the pickleballs relocated. And they're citizens of your community as well.
Okay, we got to go to the next one.
Time's up. It's their last meeting.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, members of the council. Ray Royce, Town of Lake Placid citizen. Again, I think what's important to remember is that the proposed location is part of an overall plan that's been discussed for 4 or 5 years now. And former Administrator Williams worked on it, Mr. McCarthy's worked on it, we've had it with the consulting engineers, they've worked on it. We're creating, this plan creates new parking places that are adjacent to the pavilions and the restrooms. The parking lot is, improvements. And so this was a comprehensive idea how to improve that entire area. I've heard people mention, well, there's not room, for enough boat parking. Undoubtedly, there's probably not. But we don't park boats in that area where the pickleball courts are proposed for. There's no boat trailers ever parked there. Whereas plenty of, in that lower, I think Mr. McCarthy referred to it, that lower tier area south of the pickleball court area, there's plenty of room there for pickup football, tossing, those kinds of things. This is an area, this is a part of a plan that was put into place to improve this entire beachfront area. We added several years ago the second pavilion. We redid the bathrooms there. The idea was to continue to enhance this area. We're making, again, as I said earlier, very slow progress in this regard. And so I would encourage you, what impresses me is we've gone through this process and we've garnered basically $500,000 of state and county funding to move forward with this project. And I would hope that you all would move forward with this project and that we not do something because perhaps once a year we have an event that requires some parking. I still think there'll be plenty of parking. Frankly, the new paved parking lot by the pickleball courts will make that area more accessible for overflow parking. Thank you.
Hi, good evening. My name's Carolyn Morrison, and I'm a resident of Lake Placid. And I also threw my name in the hat to be on the RPAC. So this topic tonight, which I think it was listed on the agenda as Lake June Park Master Plan and Location of Amenities, Roads, and Parking. But I think we've got real hung up on just pickleball, and I can tell there's a lot of passion in the room about pickleball. I love pickleball. I want to play pickleball. I want to get better at it. But I think a lot of, and I've spoke with several council members about this. I'm actually one of the people who brought up, why couldn't we look at other areas in the park? Are we really stuck on that location? Because every time I drive by, I think, gosh, is that really the best place for it? And a lot of people brought up a lot of good points, and I definitely think we need to move forward with this project. But I think Mr. LeBlanc brought up a good point of why couldn't we do it, in a little bit different location coming straight, south. This picture does not look like a master plan for a park to me. And I understand that we spent years of this being in the making, but Mr. Royce just brought up a good point. We're spending over $600,000 on this. And I thought the gentleman in the back brought up a lot of good points about the baseball fields. We can't focus in on one specific element of the master park or the Lake June Park master plan. I think we do need to look at other things. So maybe we do need to have a public meeting like Ms. Charles just mentioned to address this and bring in all parties that, we've got baseball interest and we've got boating interest and we've got parking interest and we've got, every other part of the interest. Because when Ms. Eberhardt brought up the point of why don't we buy a little bit of acreage and make a parking lot there, I thought, oh, wow, that sounds like a great idea. There's a lot of great ideas, but I think it's been so fragmented over the years, and now people are just so emotional about it. We're just literally spinning and spinning and spinning. So I would ask that the council take into consideration a serious master plan and look at collectively all the different agencies that use Lake June Park and what the impact will be on them, whether it's baseball, whether it's boating, and whether it's pickleball. all of us have a vested interest in making this the best possible park for Lake Placid. Thank you.
Human beings have been swimming and boating since Cleopatra had a barge. It's a natural. I would like to see it expanded. There's only 3 picnic areas right next to the water. When I was out there watching the boats this weekend, all the children were playing in front. And their parents were right behind it in those cabanas, whatever you call them. It was safe play. It's the way people naturally are. If you're going to build a brochure about Lake Placid, would you show its waterfront? Would you show the people having a good time? Would you show the boating? You certainly would, because I see a lot of boats out in that lake on the weekend. They come from somewhere. So, and myself, I got a dock. I live in the water. I don't care. I don't play pickleball either. But how about the people who can't afford that stuff? How about the people who are in this town that the beach is the only place they've got to go? I don't see anybody thinking about them. So that's my 25 cents. Thank you.
No, we're done. You've talked twice, no more.
May I make a comment? I've thought a lot about, of course, we've all thought a lot about this. We've heard a lot about it. I'm going to let you all decide. I'm going to let you all decide the location, but I got to thinking about our town and our demographics and who do we represent. Okay, so Kevin helped me pull up the census records. And we don't have anything, and everybody just jumps up and down when I say elderly. But this started off, pickleball started off as an elderly sport. It's the one few sports that really older people seem to be able to get out and play and really recreate. So the statistics back then showed 65 and older, not 60 and over, not 55 and older, but 65 and older, 24.5% of our town population is in that age bracket. And we have nothing for them to recreate. I mean, they could go in the lake and swim or something, but, we don't have we don't even have, we share tennis courts. So I'm just saying, I do see this pickleball as something we can offer the elderly. And I'm not discounting that we need to look at the ball fields. We need to make sure, and Mr. Roy said it, we put this stuff in. We are a tiny town. I don't know if you know, we're probably like maybe 2,500 people. And we're doing this, we do all these projects, we get this stuff in, and we have to take care of it. So we have to keep our eye on the ball with that for the maintenance. Absolutely. But we've got the money for this. It does serve the population that we really need to have something for. So I see it as a good thing and something that rounds out our recreation for all of our population.
Marlene Barger, and again, I just want to add that this isn't about whether you want pickleball courts or not. This is really about where you put pickleball courts. Nobody's against pickleball courts. And quite frankly, wherever you put the pickleball courts, they ought to be painted for both tennis and pickleball, because people still play tennis. The point that was just made about children and families, this is the only place, this is the town's only waterfront property, right on the water. It makes no sense whatsoever to just say, well, let's put pickleball courts there and pave it over. Oh, and you only have 11 spaces for trailers? I go down there on weekends and I find 22, 24 boats and trailers. I'm not even sure an architect drew that line. If you consider trucks towing boats, if they can even maneuver in there with everything that's paved over. We need to think about the people of the town, the children of the town, Grandparents want to take their kids down there. Parents want to take their kids down there. And it's fine for those of us that live on the water, but it's not fine for people who don't live on the water and don't have access to the water. They want to go down there and enjoy it. So all we're saying is relocate them. You still get to keep the grant. You're just relocating it to another location in the park. And that way, all of you who are supposed to be serving the families and the residents of Lake Placid can do that by saying, we've got pickleball courts over here, we're going to maintain. This weekend was amazing how many cars were there. They were parked all over the place. You can have events like that more often. TDC, we have people on TDC that will be thinking more creatively about what we can bring to town. Let's not lose our prime waterfront property. No one ever sold it that we're going to put pickleball courts on prime waterfront. You may have said we're put on the beach. Most people have no idea what they were where that was going to go. When they talk about, we've been talking about this for years and years, the first time first of all, I was accused of going and attending all of the town council meetings for the last 4 years. That's not true. I didn't attend in this hallway a meeting until last August, my first time here attending a meeting at this location. More importantly, if you go back and look at the notes, I think it wasn't until December of 2022, pickleball courts actually had a diagram of something that came before the town council. In May of 2023, another plan, and it was at $400,000 then. By the summer of 23, I think summer of 23 in July, if I'm correct, it was like 400-some thousand for the pickleball courts. By the time we got to May of this year, it was $800,000, $700,000, and taking up all. The diagram was totally different than what had been seen before. It was suggested earlier that there should be a special town hall meeting. A special town hall meeting was never held for discussion of this. And it's not to say people are not going to come and say we don't want pickleball courts. They're going to come and say let's put it in a location that's amenable so everybody walks away satisfied. You got pickleball courts here, you got parking over here, and you've got access to the beach. You shouldn't have to send people from the town of Lake Placid over to Bishop Park to have a waterfront vacation. They ought to do it right in Lake June, right in Lake Placid. Thank you.
Sir, we got to cut this off. We're going to be here till midnight.
I just wanted to address what Ms. Worley said. I appreciate your comments on, elderly folks needing something to do. But whenever you look at who's going to that field, who's down there, kids, there's not elderly down there unless they're there to watch their kids play baseball. So I appreciate that. I'm not arguing the pickleball courts, not arguing, anything like that, but I think you just need to take into consideration there's not elderly folks down there playing soccer. They're not down there, playing baseball. They may be putting their bass boat in or something like that, but we just need to take that into consideration. I appreciate the time. Thank you. And appreciate anything the town can do to, make that baseball field better.
All right, I have one more thing. I've been so good tonight, I haven't said much at all, but I'm going to blow it right now. I take offense to the fact that you come up here and you say that we don't have anything for the children, because we do. We have just sat here and talked about 6 different parks in our town and how the different amenities that we're going to have in those. Don't shake your head at me. I got it in the minutes, okay? The amenities are coming. They're not here now. They're in the minutes. They're in the budget. If they're not in the town budget, they're in the CRA budget. And she still shakes her head at me. I don't sit up here to lie, okay? I don't get paid to sit up here, and I don't get paid to sit up here and get called a liar. This is what is going on in our town right now. From the time I came on this council, I thought once something was duly done and discussed, I thought once something was duly done and discussed in a council meeting, it was in the books and we went forward. Well, I found out that's not the case. So we've started over again with the police department. We're about 6 or 8 months behind now in the police department, and the money keeps going up. What Ms. Barger said is absolutely right about the pickleball courts. When we started them, they were a whole lot less than they are now. And now you want to start them all over again. By golly, folks, if you really want to move on in this county, at some point, you just have to say, I did it, give it my best shot, and this is where we are, okay? And the more times you come to that counter, that microphone up there, and you say the same thing over and over and over again, it's still not going to make it any more right. And I'm still saying that we keep the pickleball courts right where they are. We've had all this discussion 2 years ago. It was duly vetted. Leave them right where they are. You don't want to take pickleball and mess with it over with the baseball. And I agree we need to do more with baseball, but we got to do one thing at a time, and we got to get off dead center.
May I make a motion so we can get on?
Well, you already made a motion. We approved it last night, 3-1.
I thought we approved it to ask for the additional grant.
What was the motion for?
Just we were going to discuss the location. It's all done.
There's no motion that needs to be made unless we're going to move something.
The money's done.
Yeah, the money is done, yes. But now I'd like to make a motion regarding location,
Right. That's what.
if I may. So we move this on, because I appreciate the frustration of all you guys working on this for years and years and years. And a lot of time, design and all that.
Talk in the mic.
But my motion, okay, I'll repeat, I appreciate your guys, all the work you put in. I've seen the application for the grant, what went into it. But I'm trying to get to a resolution where everybody is happy. So my motion is that we move the pickleball courts to the left-hand side. And if we find there is not enough parking or beforehand, we ask for either to buy or donate a chunk of land for extra parking. And let's get on with it. My motion to move to the left side, take it away from the original site, move it to the left-hand side, to the west, southwest, to Jackson Road area. That satisfies the people who want the green space. Then there's no more discussion about noise impact. And this still leaves, anyway, that's my motion. Move the pickleball court to the Jackson Road location.
I'll second that. I mean, we've got the money. And if it fits there, then we can move on with that. And then separately, we need to have discussions on the ballparks and just a lot of, there's a lot of comments that are being made on Facebook. So the good news is the town is now participating in what they want and the activities they want and the master plan. However we got to where we are, that's where we are. We've got the money approved, and if it fits over in that location, I think that solves the concern that I had and that has been provided to me from when we did our door knocking before elections. A lot of people were opposed to pickleball courts altogether because of the lack of other youth activities and that. So I'll second that emotion. That sounds like a song, doesn't it? I'll second that emotion.
Okay.
A few quick comments, and personally, I don't care where you build it, just so I make that perfectly clear. My job here is to provide information. I'll provide pros and cons, but my first comment is to you from baseball. Over 6 months ago, I met with the president of your board and asked for all of the concerns that the baseball league might have so that we could address them for the baseball league. I got no response back. We had a sit-down meeting. I had no response. So that is baseball's fault that we have no input from baseball. It takes communication. It takes communication from your board. You had your time. Let me give you mine. I met with the president of your board. Happy to meet. We have a new town administrator, but I'm still happy to meet any time with the board. I've been on the Dixie League board, Little League board in Clewiston, served my time. I'm all about the kids and all about boards. My son's on that board now in Clewiston, so I'm very familiar with baseball boards and what goes on. Batting machines are responsibility of the board, so if they need to be replaced, that's a board raise. That's why you have the concession stand and raise money. So get involved. Happy to have a meeting. We can resolve issues at baseball, but it takes communication. So on that subject, that's all I had to say on that one. One side or the other, doesn't matter to me. Jackson Road, you may get a plan to buy more property. The Smokes have been very generous in accommodating that. So I don't have, if you have a plan, they had a plan to develop that. I don't know where it's at. Doesn't matter to me. Mr. LeBlanc had a suggestion to move them on that or close to the same site, but just shift it over so you had other parking or cleared part of that space. Again, not a problem. If you wanted to extend Heartland Boulevard straight across and open up a curb cut here, you could park in all of this green space if you wanted to. Again, there was a motion, there was a second, there was a vote to place the pickleball courts where they are in the middle motion. You have a motion to move them, that's fine. The primary concern I still have, which you still have to address, is we have to move forward with design. We have to do, so when you decide if you want to move the playground to anywhere other than it is, I still need you to make that decision so we can design parking. That is a conceptual design. Talk about 11 slips. That was what was originally planned in 2006. This has not changed in 18 years. Master plan since 2006 with boating there. Provides 86 spots. If y'all go on a baseball night and count, like I did, I've been down there multiple times for baseball nights, you'll find that there's about 80 cars parked on that side and there's 40 to 50 parked on the other side on any given night at baseball. So count the cars, look at the parking. We did a full month of car counts and boat counts on the big weekends, July 4th, Labor Day weekend, Memorial Day weekend. That park is packed. There's no delineated parking, so they take up space. That's where you can put 4 boats. If you have a delineated space, you'll get 1 or 2 because they don't park next to each other. They split up. So parking can certainly be changed. The configuration can be changed, but we do need to move on. And so y'all make a decision where you want the pickleball courts. Make a decision, please, where you want the playground that so we can move forward with design and start working towards a solution. Thank you.
Okay, well, we have a motion and a second. Clerk, I guess go ahead and poll the call. Poll the council.
Yes. Yes.
No.
Yeah, I'm going to vote, although I still think there's a better place. I'll vote yes.
Yeah.
Kevin, would it make sense if we have a workshop? I mean, we've got a lot of good input here, but a workshop also for the parking and that. I mean, I do like the comment that was made about a master plan, and I get it. 18 years ago, there was a plan, but that plan didn't have pavement down at the water. So there was a lot of things that have changed. And, you know, the best laid plan, I don't want to fight on the 18-year-old plan versus now, but I really like the idea of having an open special meeting, a workshop for the public to bring their ideas and that so that we can then, you know, start listening and openly getting some feedback so that we can design a master plan, or if it needs to go get more land. Mr. Wilson mentioned that last time. Maybe we need to.
Are you all going to have porta pots there or something now?
No, there's bathrooms there. There's bathrooms right there.
They're not locked. They're locked. Those are the baseball.
But
those are the baseball fields use them. The leagues use those.
Well, why can't they
public use. Yeah. I mean, it literally brings up the whole question of, are we going to charge fees? No, they're going to be lighted. What about bathrooms? Are the bathrooms going to be open 24 hours then? Because it's not like with the baseball, they have clubs that have the keys to the bathroom.
They would be the same as the baseball, they would get keys.
But that's the question, who gets the keys? Because these are individuals playing on any of the bathrooms. I mean, there's a whole bunch of administrative questions, you know, on the overall usage of the pickleball as we're going into evening hours of the restrooms, right? Because the difference is the ball fields have the keys to the restrooms, and so they lock up when they're done. This isn't clubs. These are individuals that will be coming and playing. So there's going to be a lot of administrative questions because it's more social use than organized sports use. I'm just wondering, and the feed... Not to my knowledge, there's pickleball, but this is going to be open for recreation for anybody.
So I have a question. How can I be assured that what we just voted on is going to really go? Because what if I come back next month and say, I've got 6,000 signatures of people that want to move the pickleball courts back to where we had them in the first place? We can sit here for 20 minutes and for 20 years and keep moving pickleball courts back and forth. What assurance do I have right now that now we had these all set? Now y'all come in from Lake June Point, everybody from Lake June Point comes in and says, we want to move these over here. Now, the very first time we came in here with this, it was because it made too much noise for the people that had the big rich homes over here. So now we're going to stick them over here so that they don't make noise. Okay, I remember that. And Miss Barker was the one that came up here and floated that vote. Okay, so now we're going to move them over here. Well, what if now we say we have this workshop and enough people come and enough pickleball players come and say, yeah, we really want to move these over here. We're going to move them again?
I think, could we move on to the playground? Because I think we need to know, we need to make some decisions about the playground too. Where's it going to go? I don't know if we need to do that tonight because Kevin just mentioned if we're going to start reconfiguring things. But let's just talk next about the playground. Okay, we voted on the pickleball. Let's just go to the playground, if we can move on to that, and then we can revisit the other.
Yes, so that was the question on the playground, if you want to leave it in the same place, if you're planning on moving it. If you're going to reconfigure the entire park, then I guess that's another, you can workshop anything you want. It's commission, this is council decision, and we'll just put everything on hold. Somebody's going to have to, if you want to do a workshop, I don't know what you want for presentations. When you talk about the paving by the water, you complain about potholes up there and boat trailers, and if you're going to have paving, you have to have boat traffic. If you look at boat ramps anywhere around the state, we happen to have a very large one in Clewiston because we do 400 boat bass tournaments. You need boat circulation. This is designed for boat circulation. If you want to do something different, then you're going to need to get somebody in there. I don't know if you want 6 or 8 or 10 different plans. I don't know how you arrive at that, to where you get that situation. I guess if y'all want a plan with 20 boats, I think we talked about that a while back. If you want a 20-boat plan, then we need a 20-boat plan. If you want a 40-boat plan, the council needs to come to some decisions and say, I want a 20-boat plan, or I want a 40-boat plan, or I want a 50-boat plan, or the councils for the last 18 years have said, I want an 11-boat plan. So this council needs to make a decision about what they're going to do, because staff cannot keep redoing plans and have any hope of moving forward on any of this.
I've been uncharacteristically quiet. I have a question for the clerk. What was the last motion? The last motion.
To move pickleball courts from here to here.
Yeah, to move the pickleball
So
court.
the pickleball court location has now been settled.
Yes. For now, unless somebody brings it up again.
But there was discussion about a master plan.
No, then it's set. then I said, does it make sense to have a workshop on the paving, right? Because the parking keeps coming up, and then broaden that of the master plan. Not with the pickleball, they're set. But, you know, there's somebody also who's starting some activity and survey of other amenities that they would like in that park. So to me, it's always good, get the public input, get what you want, and let's determine where would it be, that park or many parks and that. So, you know, so it was just a pickleball set.
Pickleball
right
is
now.
set.
Yeah, but if we come in here with a master plan, and the master plan decides that pickleball needs to move.
Master plan's gonna be around that pickleball.
Exactly,
and-
it's
and
included
when
in it.
And when we get the public to come out, let's get the public. Let's not just fill this room with Lake June Point. Let's get the public, okay?
Yes, definitely, definitely.
Yep, because that's all I'm hearing. All I'm seeing is all.
I don't think
two
her
people in here.
500 signatures she had was Lake June Point.
I heard all
No,
about
the
that on
signatures that
Nextdoor.
she just turned in.
I heard all
was
about that
not.
on Nextdoor, and I don't even think
Yeah.
it was people from this community. I watched that, yeah, okay.
So back to the playground,
Next
Ms.
is-
Worley.
We can't have this.
Well, no, I think Kevin needed a decision. Or you're good to go on the playground?
No, you haven't made any decision on the playground, but if you want to redesign it, then we'll apply for the grant with it where it's at. And if we get the grant, you got time. What we will not start is design on any of it, including your pickleball courts, unless you're going to put paving over there on the pickleball side. So until you make final decisions, we're hampered in doing anything on this design because and I'm sorry to say it, but the entire premise of your survey is based on a lie. There was a master plan. There's been a master plan for 18 years. There is parking and there's green space parking on that piece of it. We are tearing down 2 of the pavilions. There's four pavilions by the lake, not 3. There's 4 pavilions by the lake. Those are still there. The other 2 pavilions are still there. They're shown in the square, and we were building a new one as part of the parking plan. So you're going to have to redesign and decide what you want for parking, which was part of the grant. Pickleball courts are not $700,000, $800,000. They never have been $800,000, and to keep putting that out to the public that it is a lie. Pickleball courts are still the $450,000 that was originally proposed by Phil and this council 2 years ago. The quote to build the pickleball courts without lighting is $250,000, and you have a $200,000 grant. The other piece of it is you're going to have to build a retention pond when you build pickleball courts. So I will say that. I don't care if you build pickleball courts, don't pickleball courts. I am offended that the public will continue to lie and do surveys that are based on a lie. So the survey is based on a lie. You should put out the real answers and the real statements and do it on that. But you cannot move forward on the project until you decide what the project is. So you've completely changed the presentation that was done on the project. And once you decide that, then the project will move forward. Until that, it's going to sit.
I'm confused about why they're less desirable. It's because there are no pavilions, or is because? There's no facilities there for anybody to use. And okay, now there's a concession stand there, and there are bathrooms, but they're exclusively for the baseball people. I would know. There's over. No, where it shows are the park. I was just down there on Saturday. They're over here, right? But what's over here? There's tiny little concession stand.
No, there's nothing there.
there's a hut that goes with this, and there's a place where they sit, like a.
Do we still have, we have an RPAC. What do
Well,
we
that's
still
for
have
the.
left on this agenda?
We have an RPAC board
That's for
We don't have to do this intercompany stuff,
And
right?
then there's the pits where the
There's this
kids
whole
sit in,
wastewater
other
treatment
ones are
plant that I
the,
just like
yeah,
came
the
up,
dugouts.
and the interlocal.
No, I don't think so.
We used to come on. I
Remember
know,
that.
this
But there's that parking over there for the pickleball or for the baseball. Okay.
All right, guys, we've been at this 5 hours. What are we doing?
Can we move on?
I don't know what we're moving on to.
Well, we've got
The RPAC recommendation
We've
for
got,
that member.
we've got RPAC board where we have to recommend
Yeah.
somebody for the board, a position in a alternate.
Oh, yeah, and the alternate.
And we've got interlocal
Can we move
agreement
those to
and
next
wastewater
month?
assessment management.
Can we move those two to the
Three
next
more.
month? Do you think we can move those two to next, or even to Monday's meeting? Interlocal and wastewater? Yep. Do you think that we could move 2 and 3, the interlocal service boundary and the wastewater asset management plan to, we have a meeting on Monday. Oh. These 2 have been advertised? And. Oh, okay. It's already on our calendars.
Yeah, just
Okay.
for that.
Those are the last 3 items then, right? 2, 3, 4?
So I'll go in real quick. You can, let me get to the right, sorry, I don't have it on the agenda item. The interlocal service agreement, boundary service agreement, real quick, so y'all can make a decision. I don't know what that timeline is, but I know we're on a timeline that we have to answer the county. If we want to enter into a...
Why don't you let me handle that one?
All right, take it.
Good evening. The Town of Avon Park, City of Avon Park asked the county to negotiate an interlocal service boundary agreement which addresses annexation. It will ultimately include road maintenance. It will address utility services. The county said, and mainly between the county, the Sebring, and Avon Park, the county said bring in Lake Placid as well. So we got invited into the discussion. Will not impact us regarding the boundary between Sebring and Avon Park, which is kind of the hot issue, but it may and most likely will impact us when it comes to local road maintenance within our community. We also need to have that discussion with the county regarding sewer lines. We're building a plant. The plan, as you know, was to run the sewer lines out around the town, around the lakes. That's in county territory. We've already gotten a resolution from the county saying, yes, they'll cooperate. Yes, they want us to do that. We've proceeded, but we still need an interlocal agreement regarding the lines themselves and how that will be administered by the town in the county. So those are the 3 things we need to address. I would recommend that you adopt the resolution approving going forward with these discussions. The county's invited. I think it would be inappropriate to say, no, we don't even want to go to the table and talk. So you've got 2 resolutions. One says yes, one says no. Behind them, you've got the law that's the basis of these discussions. It sets out the timeline. You actually have 60 days to reply. You could delay your response until next month. I won't be here to answer questions then. We'll talk about that next. In addition, I've also attached to this the interlocal agreements that exist today regarding our acquisition of the Highway Park and Tomoka water systems to create the Lake Placid Regional Utility, the interlocal agreement regarding fire protection. We're the only town that does not have a fire department because we rely on the county via interlocal agreement. So I'm showing you all the stuff we have done in the past. There's a little more to do, but we're in my opinion, pretty good shape with the county. I recommend approval of the one saying, let's go to the table.
I'll make a motion that we approve this resolution and we go to the table with the county.
and you can withdraw at any time.
I'll second with the idea that we can withdraw at any time. And while I've got the mic, just as my second, I just want to say, I think that we got in the middle of Avon Park and Sebring's fight because they're
We
running
cannot
together.
understand.
I said, I think we got in the middle of Avon Park and Sebring's fight because they're running together and they've got to make some decisions with themselves and the county. But I have only had this since Friday. And this is a major, major decision what we're doing here. So I'm seconding it to move forward, but I haven't really digested this at all. And if Mr. Royce has anything to say about this, I don't know if he has any clue, but I didn't invite his comment.
Just a quick comment, if I may. This just enters us into the negotiations, just to the conversation. There's nothing bad about it. Nothing bad about it.
Mr. Mayor, since Ms. Worley asked, this is definitely something you all should approve. This is something that the town administrator, the town attorney need to be fully engaged in. As Mr. McCarthy said, this is just allowing your staff to go start to have these conversations, and you do not want to not be part of this.
Thank you very, very much.
Okay, so we have a motion and a second? Yes. Okay, we have full council.
Yes.
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 Now, the wastewater asset management plan, we can put off till next month. That's fine, no problem, issues on that. We are on a timeline, but next month is fine. So, and
Why don't you go ahead and do that unless somebody's got questions? That just says you're going to maintain your wastewater system. There's been an analysis of the condition of each of the widgets, and it puts you on a timeline to do so. Is there a
Does it
reason we
change the
shouldn't, Kevin?
rates? Does it change your rates?
it does not.
Okay.
There is no requirement for rate change. There is a requirement for us to pass this by DEP, or you will not qualify for any grants. Florida Rural Water prepared this for us on our behalf. It doesn't bind us to anything except a plan, not rate changes, not that we're going to spend X number of dollars. It makes recommendations. So it doesn't bind us to anything other than if we want grant funds from DEP, and we do, then we will approve.
I'm going to make a motion that we approve the wastewater asset management plan.
Second.
I just want to say I noticed that everybody really had to do a lot of hard work on this, and I appreciate Rural Water for coming in and helping us out.
So is staff and our town attorney recommending?
Absolutely.
Okay, good. All right.
Number 27.
We need to.
I want to make sure I'm on.
5D3.
We have a motion, a second.
Yeah, but if it's number 27, I want to read it into the record.
You don't have to.
I don't have to?
No, sir.
Oh, okay. All right, then I won't worry about it. Okay.
You're good.
All right, we got a motion to second. Go ahead and poll the council.
Yes.
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 We're almost there.
Last one.
And the last thing on the agenda was the RPAC committee. You remember we postponed this. We have one applicant, and we heard from her earlier tonight. So that's we were looking for a motion to approve the RPAC recommendation for council appointment, citizen appointment.
The RPAC recommendation, if I understand it correctly, is that we have Dana Riddell as our delegate and Carolyn Morrison as our alternate. So Dana taking Eva's place and
Swap.
swapped.
Dana as the alternate. Yes.
Again, I think Ms. Morrison is more than qualified for what we're doing here, and we've done it again. And she is the only one that's come and filled out the application, and she's got all kinds of wonderful qualifications, and I happen to know her a little bit. I think she's a nice lady, and she'll be very good. She lives in Lake June Point, folks. Is this Lake Placid or is this Lake June Point Junior? Okay?
Lake June Point is within Lake Placid.
I know, but Lake Placid is more than Lake June Point. And the only thing I would request
is that anybody that is taking any position, look at the entire town. The entire town does not make the 6 and 7-figure dollars that live in Lake June Point. A lot of people don't, and that's more our town than anybody else. But I will still make the motion to approve it, either way.
Second.
Have a motion and a second. Any further
Can
discussion?
we read what the motion is? Member and Dana as the alternate.
Dana is the alternate, yes.
Okay.
Okay, Mayor, motion, go ahead and poll the council.
Yes.
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 I have a new matter.
Okay.
I am mindful that the council does not like last-minute additions, but I've got one. I hope you find it appropriate. A year ago, we objected to some of the construction on 27 by DOT at the 2 traffic lights. They are converting those intersections to concrete. That will be a major reconstruction. We'll lose landscaping. I went to whining around about losing landscaping. Found out a week ago they're coming back with $1.5 million budget for landscaping. That will renovate the landscaping up and down 27 in a couple of ways. One, when we put it in 30 years ago, 25, however long Debra remembers, the rules were different. Now we've got certain things in the center of that road that do not fit, that are not qualified. There was a car wreck in, I want to say Fort Lauderdale, where a highway patrolman was chasing somebody, went dead into a tree and died. And Fort Lauderdale wrote a check. So they will be updating so we comply. In Fort Lauderdale, they did not, and that's the reason they had to pay. For example, the Perotas palms, that's palmettos that look like 20-foot tall stalks, no longer legal in the middle. They come out in that location. Ironically, some of the oak trees get to stay. I don't understand it. It's witchcraft, but it's following their rules, and they're writing the check, and life is really good. I would ask you to authorize the mayor to sign the letter proposed by the FDOT staff so that the FDOT staff can prepare the appropriate plans and bring them back to you for approval.
So moved what Bert said.
Second.
Thank you.
PF address. Somehow in this, Kevin, you were talking a while ago about misinformation on social media. The public's going to hear that the town has $1 million for landscaping. Then there'll be a feeding frenzy over here. They have $1 million for trees and landscaping, and we can't get a splash pad, a dog park. Somehow a component has to be tied together with facts. I mean, straight on facts. So I would just add, that was an iced tea grant. I mean, there's so many things that are tied, the landscaping on 27. That was a federal iced tea grant. But anyway, moving forward, how does it get, so it doesn't, lies aren't spread. I was at Publix, and Rosemary approached me to sign the petition. I let her speak. I said, I don't think it's that way. She kept on, the thing she told me was not, I sit here all the time. I read the packet. It was not true. So I don't know how you move forward. How do you combat it when things go viral or it's some sensation and facts aren't listed to go along with the dollar amount? And the budget isn't included. Who's going to pay for it? Sorry, I'm yelling. Not yelling, but I'm just saying, these are the things you've got. Somehow this council has to, it's a component of it.
Would it be fair to say you support the motion, but
Yes, I do.
But want us to do a better job of telling the public
Communication.
the source of the money, which is the Department of Transportation?
Right.
And we've talked about the communication, and Pam and I have talked about that. We need to do a better job of communication, but we don't know what that means. That's for another. But I'm glad you brought it up.
All right, where are we at?
Yes. Yes.
Yes.
Okay. Anything else? I'll start down here. Got anything?
I'm good. I'm good. I'm okay.
I still want read into the record because it was, I didn't get my chance on the police department because it's buried into these reports. First of all, Dana is continuing preparation of a zoning change request to the Town of Lake Placid Government Center to allow the construction of the police department. I'm not quite sure where that came from. It's the first that I recall hearing about it, but yet we're going into a zoning change, whatever, I don't care, but that's where we are, okay? Secondly, for the police department, Tool and Cobb is steadily working on permitting and design, meeting with us, DOT, SwiftMud, to coordinate the new drainage requirements, and we passed that tonight. Thank you very much. Please, God, don't unpass it. Okay, and the last thing is we have pre-application with USDA for the police station. It's going through the state clearinghouse for comments. You have to get approved before you can go for the grant. We are still waiting for state final comments, but have started on the items needed for the full application in anticipation of being accepted. Thank you. I'm done now.
Debra?
Went to the drag races. They love Lake Placid. They like to come back. They have some issues with some of the county rules and regulations, but it was a fabulous couple days.
No, it's time to
Nothing?
Time to
Okay.
go home.
Anything else, Mr. Attorney? Kevin? No? Anybody else have anything come before council?
Hello, everyone. I'm Margaret Deer, and unfortunately here, I'm at the end of another contentious meeting. I really appreciate the service that everybody has up there, but I watched a fellow citizen be chastised by a member of staff. I heard a council person has a serious prejudice against other citizens. We're here to try to get along. Let's stop and think. Kevin, I understand your frustration with what's going on about the pickleball, but at no point does anyone correct anybody and say, hey, no, it's only $450,000 for pickleball, the rest is for parking. That distinction is not made, and that onus cannot only be on citizens. So I'm just asking, please, can we do a better job of understanding and communicating? I mean, it was like a daggone circus of people walking up here unacknowledged, and it's uncomfortable. And it's uncomfortable for us, those of us who are dedicated to trying to help our cause. I want to work with all of you. I think the world of all of you, and I am incredibly grateful for your service. But I think if we all watched the meeting, we'd think maybe we could have done things a little bit differently. Thanks, let's go home.
Thank you. If there's nothing else before come town council, meeting adjourned.
Mr. Attorney.